I'm back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil when she keep on turning head. Cause when she walk that thing jiggle.
And we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back, low, we back again so highly. This that back in my back, low, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back, low, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, back in my bag flow.
Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking it, what's happening? Everything in Gucci got me feeling like I'm dapper then. Life has been a movie, yeah, so shout out to the cameraman. Pull up to the scene, it's going down like an avalanche.
Steady going up like a travel plan. Homer Simpson face, lucky power plant. Yeah, I'm off that dope, like I'm back again to Vizzy. At the Millies, out on Club Hearst. Give the word if it's a cinch, Lord forgive me. Still having motion, dog, so why would I slow it? Make it rain on them, bust a band, then you throw it. We was steady having it, even at our lowest. High speed road runner, keep my motor going.
Hey, people feel away, but they don't show it. Gotta watch the people that's around you, that you grow it. They be coming around you with some plans to steal your moment. Soon as I bust a nut, she be like, baby, where you going? Never slowing down, it's enough to go around. Yeah, you probably knew it's then, but really you don't know it's now. Niggas let it show and tell, but all my niggas know me well. It was either chase a dream or go to jail, but none of us ain't going.
We going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back, low, we back again so highly. This that back in my back, low, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back, low, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, back in my bag flow.
Yeah, not for real. Double I. Do or die, you already know. Don't try. This at home, cause none of y'all really fucking with us.
Late night, grind sharp vibes in the air. Flicking blades with finesse, now we don't compare. Juvon's crew so fresh, they keep it tight. Tapping that join button feels so right. Click that knife, it goes snap, snap, snap. Channel showing skills, no cap, cap, cap. Get exclusive moves, get that knife life fix. You're the VIP now, Juvon's knife flicks. Members, only perks, now you're in the flow. Custom emojis, sharp swagger, they glow. Behind the scenes, cuts is truth, ain't fiction. This Blade fam moves with acute precision. Vibing together in the Blade sharp zone. Juvon's crew treats the flicks like a throne. Every flip, every click, you're part of the ride. There's no stopping this edge, nothing to hide. Click that knife, it goes snap, snap, snap. Channel showing skills, no cap, cap, cap. Get exclusive moves, get that knife life fix. You're the VIP now, Juvon's knife flicks. Flick it fast, flick it slow, it's all in control. Being a member makes the flick game whole. Support that sharp love, it's the life that we pick. Stay slicing, stay dicing on Juvon's knife flicks. Click that knife, it goes snap, snap, snap. Channel showing skills, no cap, cap, cap. Get exclusive moves, get that knife life fix. You're the VIP now, Juvon's knife flicks. It goes snap, snap, snap. Channel showing skills, no cap, cap. Get exclusive moves, get that knife life fix. You're the VIP now, Juvon's knife flicks.
Got the world in a spin. Blades in my hand, got the world in a spin. Juvon's knife flicks, let the show begin. Every move sharp like the edge I hold. Stories untold, sharper than gold. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Subscribers piling up like stacks on stacks. Juvon's in the zone, ain't no turning back. Clicks and views, yeah, they fly like sparks. Knives in the dark, carving out my mark. From ballad songs, flipping to the sickest tricks. Juvon's knife flicks, where legends are lit. Every video's fresh like a polished blade. Precision and grind, that's how dreams get paid. Cutting through limits, breaking the streak. Juvon on the rise, every fan's heartbeat. From tutorials fire to unboxings insane. Content so slick, you won't leave the lane. Blood, sweat, crips stealing every flick. In Juvon's world, sharp is the only pick. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Javon's knife flicks, cutting through the air, spinning in the spotlight while the crowd just stares. Sharpen up your mind like he sharpens his blade. It's a show, it's a vibe, it's a chance to invade. Debate, not hate, in the comment zone. Fans from all over feeling less alone. Steel meets steel, but the message is clear. Respect the craft, leave your malice at the pier. He flips some so smooth with a flick and a twist. Every move he makes is impossible to miss. Grip tight, stance right, steady as can be. The blade dances wild, but it's full mastery. Debate, not hate, in the comment zone. Fans from all over feeling less alone. Steel meets steel, but the message is clear. Respect the craft, leave your malice at the pier. It's not about the weapon, it's about the art. Skill in the hands and the rhythm in the heart. Leave your drama behind, this isn't a fight. Javon's knife flick shining so bright. Click that vid, watch the sparks just fly. Talking technique under the digital sky. The edge cuts clean, but the words cut deep. Debate like a pro, keep the anger asleep. Debate, not hate, in the comment zone. Fans from all over, feeling less alone. Steel meets steel, but the message is clear. Respect the craft, leave your malice at the pier. It's not about the weapon, in the comment zone. Fans from all over feeling less alone. Steel meets steel, but the message is clear. Respect the craft. Eyes wide open, the clock don't rest. Street lights flicker, got a blade in my chest. Not fear, just thrills as the steel shines thin. In the glow of my insomniac, sit and spin. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Javon's knife flick, sit and spin. Glit in the dark, oh the dance so slick. The edge does the talking, every sound it clicks. World's asleep, but the shimmer won't fade. Precision's my game, and the craft's my blade. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire, and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Javon's knife flick, sit and spin. Under moonlight, the sparks they fly. Sharp as my wit, slicing through the sky. The rhythm of midnight, sharp edges sing. Tuned in, live to the late night king. Drip of the blade, it's a beauty so raw. The curve, the balance leaves the world in awe. Restless minds find their solace in steel. Craft in a story no day could reveal. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire.
If you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls, you'd find yourself having a mighty busy time keeping up with him. Time out for many men of medicine usually means just long enough to enjoy a cigarette. And because they know what a pleasure it is to smoke a mild, good-tasting cigarette, they're particular about the brand they choose. In a repeated national survey, doctors in all branches of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country were asked, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" Once again, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this repeated nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Why not change to Camels for the next 30 days and see what a difference it makes in your smoking enjoyment? See how Camels agree with your throat. See how mild and good tasting a cigarette can be.
How is everybody? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Good to see you guys. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. I found that, I can't remember who, it might have been Mersalt who said, look at creepy 50s commercials. And I put one up, and that's the first thing that came up. And I remember seeing that when I was a kid in health class, talking about how our parents were normalized with cigarettes. I wasn't a Camel guy. I was a Marlboro Light guy, and I loved those things. I found them delicious. I quit when I had a daughter about 24 years ago, but I never got off the nicotine. How is everybody doing? I hope you guys can hear me. Cigarettes are bad, okay? That was just one of those crazy joke things I go to when I have nothing intelligent to say. I have to go to something kind of weird because that's just how I roll. I do get sidetracked. But good news is it's the first of the month, which means that I have fresh meds. I'm not absolutely scatterbrained. I've got my antidepressant in me today. I've got my ADHD medicine in me today. I'm feeling more like myself. The last few days, it's one of those 30-day things, and regardless of how long the month is, and it's just it's always sketchy the last few days of the week. How is everybody doing? I'm going to go in here. I started early. I was in Tri-States Live, and I had a good time in there, by the way, and shot him a link. I think he's going to bed, but I invited him to jump over if he wanted to. And when I saw he was ended, I figured I'd come over here, start the music, go live a little early, because I know everybody likes to go to bed and get their stuff done. But I'm here for the duration. We might have a couple of guests late night, a cool guest that you guys haven't seen in a long time, and we might have a familiar guest with the big neck who hasn't replied to my text, so we might not have him. He was up late last night, which was an epic night in a bunch of different ways. Space Ghost, what is up? Somebody's flipped their name back. B Shady 22, channel members both. What is going on, guys? And there's Brother Joe Isabella. What is up, my man? Channel member and El Cap Addict, channel member, El Cap Addict. I love your strop. I was going to talk to you about that, and I'll talk to you about it offline. Before I put it on film, I want to talk to you about it. Robo, how are you, my friend? Welcome. I've seen you in here a few times. You'll have a wrench by the end of the night. Trust me. My brother, Paul Mills. What is up, dude? How are you, my friend? Good to see you, channel member. I went back and last night, so we'll get into this in a second, but Pocket Metal's Metal Mondays was kind of like a cleansing of ushering out the old, welcoming in the new, some possible changes, whatever. Good times. He had a lot of fun. Scotch had a lot of fun. Donnie had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun at midnight, which is usually when we shut off. And Pocket Metal had disappeared by this point. I'm going to let y'all find that on your own. You can watch the stream. It's 8.5 hours, but I assure you there are only people on there for a few hours because they checked out at like 12:30. I checked out at 12. But those guys popped up on a stream after that. I saw Paul was in there. Kyle Coonley was in there. I watched it this afternoon, chuckled because, to be honest with you, Scotch, Brother Stevie, is one of my favorite human beings in the world. I was not ready to just shit on YouTubers because, in a way, even though I only, most of the time, there are a few times I've reviewed knives, and I've told you guys before I start the review that was sent to me without me asking for them, but usually I had when I decided to go and seek out knives from other companies, I only wanted to seek out knives from companies that I had invested a lot of money in and pass through the community. Knives that I believe in, like Kaiser, their Vanguard series. I built a knife collection on Civivi and Kaiser. Hindsight being 2020, knowing what I know now, do I wish I'd gone through that phase? No, I would change that, but I had to go through it to learn to appreciate the phase I'm in now, I think. Um, but yeah, it's an interesting trip. But last night was a great like inhibitions relieved. Scotch got to say his piece, and I was glad to watch in Shane's live. I don't know if y'all were there, if y'all got, or Donnie's live, if y'all got the same impression, but Scotch took responsibility for the way he was feeling. Because I always think you're feeling too much, right? We're all on the internet. So to have the feel so strongly about something to me is kind of abnormal, right? I cut open cat food, I cut open Amazon packages, but I know Erica's EDC cuts open a lot harder stuff. No fault to her, but it's not going to make me go out and cut out more harder stuff. I just don't live that way, right? So it's interesting. I did not want to get in that and don't think there's anything to be gained there. That's why my lovely members who are in here, who I've been promising weekly dumps, I've got a killer thumbnail. I think it's a great concept for a weekly members additional content, but I'm afraid that it's going to trigger some people, and I don't want to upset anybody that watches my content, which I know I can't make everybody happy. I'm going to stay authentic, so I'm going to lose people and do lose people and get people that send me nasty messages, and I read them. I don't always respond because there's no need to go there, in my opinion. It takes too much of my, what I call a fragile psyche that doesn't need a lot of external prodding to be abnormal anyway. I don't need to engage with a lot of this stuff, right? If you don't like it, unsubscribe, don't watch. I understand. You know, I've notoriously, since I got into this community, before I had a channel, I love the people for the parts of the people or the people as they were when I met them, not as they were. And there's several of them who I haven't met, and I don't have strong. Zach, I've not met. I've got very strong feelings about Zach's positive karma and that he and I would get along very well. I've met Big Red, totally feel love from Big Red and think that he's a good guy. I've met Peter and Christine. So I've met a lot of people, but I rarely have enemies because I don't have a beef with people, right? That's not, in my older age, I don't care as much. So I might say things that can be taken, or they could be lame, right? They could be, they could be opinionated on one side of the fence or the other. But I don't have anything to gain by being negative, right? There's enough negative shit that we all deal with on a daily basis. And I can find the good in just about everybody. I'll be honest with you. I have not been in, and I used to go Sunday mornings, Tuesday. I had not been in one of Cole's live because I kind of lost touch with a lot of the people that were in there. I was at the time going through losing my job, kind of readjusting what I was going to do, putting more time in making content, which as a byproduct, your brain burns out and you don't watch as much content. Then I kind of drifted away. But tonight I was in there and it was, he puts on a great show. It was a lot of fun, a lot of good engagement. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and hang and check it out because I really do. I mean, Cole, Kara, and I and A to Z EDC stayed together at Blade Show 2022, I think it was, at a cabin out in LJ, Georgia. It was very remote. It was awesome. We had a great time. We sat around, we shared knives. We were all kind of early in the game, right? Cole had a channel probably for about a year. A to Z's never had a channel. I didn't have a channel yet. We were just knife buyers, right? Roman M, what's up, buddy? I'm sure I've missed somebody. I'm trying to scroll slow. I'm probably too slow. Paul Might, what is up, buddy? I saw Paul in Tri-States Live. No, but I was Cole's first moderator, and I'm gonna start showing back up there because I really enjoyed chatting it up. And I always am aware of when he's live on Tuesday nights because I try to go live at 10:15 when it's scheduled. But Cole sometimes will stay late, but usually he gets off at about 10. So I always will jump in a little early. Because in all truth, we're not even supposed to be live till now. Alex is novice and such. What is up? Mad Yako, channel member. What is up, brother? I saw you being very vocal and very, what I would consider grown up and wise. And I rewatched the stream that I couldn't find last night when I woke up on the couch after eating my Mexican pizza. I went back to Pocket Metal. It was still live, but everybody bailed. I started worrying, was Pocket Metal dead? But I realized, and I'm here to report, Pocket Metal's healthy. He's safe. Everything's good. The stream ran 8 hours and 45 minutes, but there were only people there for 3 hours. So I want to go back and watch part of that. But then Donnie, Shane, and Scotch carried it over to Donnie's channel and went live. And I watched that this afternoon. It was awesome. Mad Yako had some great comments, and those were the only comments I could see on my Apple TV watching a live replay. I don't know how to see the live comments that were there during the live, but it looked like a really good one. And I think Shane, and I've texted him a couple of times. I don't know if he's sleeping because they were up till about 3. I think they quit streaming about 3 or 3:15 a.m. Central Time. But Shane is a wise man. Don't let his act fool you. Shane is simple, but with that simplicity comes a very deep rooted wisdom that you can't learn. I mean, he says things to me, and I'll go ahead. I'll do a little humble bragging. I am on with my ADHD. It is so bad that when they were testing me, they ran me through a bunch of tests. But I took my 3rd IQ test that I've had in my life, and then this time it was administered by my psychologist before I was referred to a psychiatrist. But my IQ is off the chain. It means nothing. It just means that I can do certain things that people ask me based on a test that I did. My first one, I think, when I was 10. I did one when I was like right before college or right early in college, but it was kind of a voluntary thing through the psychology department. And then I did the one when I was getting diagnosed with ADHD because they were surprised that my ADHD was so far off the chain that I didn't end up in jail or in the military, because they said that's typically what my brain is good for. Because I'm kind of like where most of y'all probably have some kind of linear pathway to the logic of your day, how it's going to work. Mine doesn't really work that way. Anyway, long story short, it was absolutely fascinating, but I'm not an overachiever. I'm not smart. I'm not applied, right? I don't have a way to harness whatever that measures, which were a bunch of questions they asked me, which will never be real world applicable. But then you hear someone like Shane say something that makes me just go, holy fuck, that was so deep on so many levels that if y'all haven't watched that, I'll share it here in a second. It's good stuff. Good stuff. And guys, I know that those dudes, good-hearted riveting. That's why when you look at my name on here, it says I'm the VP of the Chickadee Club, because they give me a hard time for that. The reason I'm called Javon, or I called myself Javon, and my channel, Javon's Knife Flicks, when Cole first started his channel, I had a YouTube, I guess you'd call it whatever my name was. It was Jay Evans, right? So it was Javans or Jevons. Cole, who can't pronounce shit anyway, pronounced it Javon. That's how he always referred to me in his live. And I was always in Cole's live. So Javon stuck. Like Shane. I call Shane, like we always have since Grateful Panic's lives. And it just stuck. And when I did it for a YouTube channel, it was kind of worked out really well because it gives me some unique searchability. It's kind of a very unique long tail keyword, so to speak. If you search Javon in YouTube, you'll probably find me on the first page. Which there are a lot of people on YouTube. A lot of people don't realize YouTube's not just a video place. It is the second largest search engine that people use globally to find information. Karen, channel member, how are you, sweetie? Good to see you. Good to see you. Robo Steve, I think I said hey to you. I'm going to jump over here and give you a wrench. If you abuse it, I'll take it away. But I know you won't. And all the wrench does is it keeps, when Shane comes in here, it'll keep you from being put in timeout. And you can share links. Like if you've got Instagram, if you got a YouTube channel, or if you want to share something, you are now a moderator. If you share dirty stuff, I will get you. I might be old, I may be small, but do not let that fool you. What is up, Aunt? Good to see you, brother. Richard Hopkins. I don't remember what is up, man. I missed you. I went to click on you and you moved up. I need to go from top to down. Where was I up here? Man, y'all are coming in hot. I'm gonna have to skip ahead. No, I'm seeing too many people. I gotta say hey to several people that I'm missing. Let's see. I'm going quick as I can, guys. And keep in mind, I've got all my neurotropics. All my meds are stabilized because we're in the first of the month. All is good. I've got my coffee. I've got my great drink. I'm settled in for the long haul. I'm hoping D2, I'll let the cat out of the bag. Dylan, what is up? The only other average sized human being in the chat, I'm willing to bet. And it's always good to see Dylan. One of the coolest designers. One of my favorite knives. It's a forever knife. And I've graduated to so many different knives, as you all will, one way or another, whether you graduate to some totally different hobby or you stay in the knife community. It's just one of those things where you evolve. But that first generation Mallory Forest, and I want to say it was Lefty EDC's live that Dylan was a guest talking about it. I never handled it before I pre-ordered it. Didn't have to, because that's what, when I listened to my buddies who were very vocal last night talk about YouTubers, I only look at how I conduct myself, but I also go back and I look at how, when I was a noob, what I watched. I watched Blade HQ. It was Zach, and it was what's his freaking name? Ben Banners. It was Ben and Zach, and I'd watch them all the time. They were nothing but selling me. But I was seeing knives, and I wasn't buying because they were saying this is the coolest knife. Or before Lefty started making knives, he liked everything, and Lefty would always sell a knife within 48 hours of getting it. He moved his knives. He never got emotionally attached to anything, where I do. I buy knives and I get emotionally attached to them. So that makes me not as susceptible as I've grown in the hobby to buy just anything, right? I'm more selective. But that being said, a lot of my knives I've moved out. I've given away, and I love giving away. I never post it to drive traffic. It's always a same little group. And I hope to be able to give away a lot more knives once I get some more knives in. I'm kind of very low right now on those type of knives. But it's, to me, the way I kind of look at all of that is we're all going to go on our own paths, but you'll get knives that mean something to you, right? And it could be a really nice small batch American maker that you've saved up because you always wanted one of their knives and you got one. Or it could be something, very functional, very usable, which I think is very revolutionary, a great little knife. It could be anything because we all like different stuff. But I think keep your options open, try different things. But when you find something you love, which goes back to where this story started from as I squirrel brain around it, the Mallory Forest, which is in a case right over there, certain knives speak to you. It's not the nicest knife in my collection. It's not even probably in the top in terms of value, and I don't look at them that way, but you kind of do. It's, it's one of my low to mid, but I'd never give it away. I'd never sell it. It means something to me. And then right after I got that knife, this is when I was still brand new in the knife community. I went to my first blade show, which really, if y'all haven't had a chance to go to one of the blade shows around the country, I urge anyone, even if you have to do it on a shoestring budget, which trust me, I've done it twice with zero money, buying zero knives. Um, it was an experience that kept me in the community as opposed to being someone who notoriously jumped from hobby to hobby every year and a half or 2 years. I was a big hobby jumper. I would dive all into something and then I'd get bored with it and I'd move on and learn something else. All kinds of stuff. I won't get into the details, but the knife community, and you hear people say this, and it was true for me, the knives get you into the fold, but the people are what make it different. And when I was at that first knife show, I met, and I fanboyed out a little bit. I met Dylan for the first time. It was actually in Nashville, before Blade Show, I think. And my buddy A to Z bought 2 of his smaller knives. I forget what they're called, maybe Archeos that he'd customized. But again, he was average height. So I had an instant connection with him. We were the same height. I loved his knife. I think I was even carrying the Forest that day. No, Dylan was not at the Nashville show. I saw Dylan in Atlanta the same year. I saw Russell, Swags, and somebody else were in the Nashville show. This was 2022. And I showed Russell the first Forest he'd seen in the wild, Dylan's first knife that I think Artisan made. I'm not sure about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. But that's a knife that means a lot to me. And again, it's just a great knife. So Dylan's got other knives coming out. I've seen him on Instagram. And Dylan, anytime you want to jump on here on a Tuesday or a Friday before pre-sales or during pre-sales, I stand behind you 100%, buddy. I'm a fanboy, and you are welcome to use my platform anytime. Demon Knock was around last night during some of the craziness. Demon Knock, I came back after getting my Mexican pizza. I always fall asleep for about 30 minutes. I take these little micro naps. So I saw that Pocket Metal was still alive, went on, nobody there. They were like showing that there were 15 people in the room, but nobody there. I figured it was people passed out like I was before I jumped back in. But I never saw, and I'd gotten a link from Donnie, but I never go on Instagram, guys. If y'all send me Instagram messages, I will send you, when I finally get to that message, if I do, I'll send you my phone number and you can text me or email me at the channel because it comes right to my phone and it's stuff that I read. I don't dive that deep into Instagram. When I go into Instagram, which is not very often because I've been fighting with their creator platform. I mean, every time I go from a personal to a creator platform to live stream or do something like that from here, all my posts get flagged and I have to appeal them and wait 3 days. And then they lift, they say your posts are fine. They're not dangerous. But the AI immediately, right after that's lifted, it'll catch the next 10 in line and I have to appeal them. I did that for 2.5 weeks. And this last time, one of my posts did not get removed and it wanted me to remove it. I wasn't going to. I went back to a personal account because then it lifts all your stuff and you can be seen by accounts that don't follow you. When Instagram puts you in that your content's not suitable, you can still use all their tools. You just can't reach outside of people who are either sharing your content. And I feel bad for companies, knife makers who are on there. That's why I try to share. If I see something in my feed from a knife maker I know, I rarely have affiliations with them, but I will share their posts because what you guys have to realize, and I come from an advertising background, but pew pew companies, knife companies, hemp oil companies, vape companies, a lot of financial companies, certain type of financial companies can't advertise the way 95% of the other companies can. If you're a range, if you're a shooting range, you can't advertise like other companies do. So I realize if you like a company and you see a post where they're releasing a knife or going to be dropping some knives, share it to your story, because chances are they've got a business account or a professional account. And I know for a fact that no one outside of their followers are seeing their posts, which really sucks. What's up, Kyle Coonley?
What's happening, boys? How we doing?
Dude, I was telling everybody it's the first of the month. I'm back on my NSA ID. What do you call it? Not NSA ID. My SSRI. Is that what it's called?
Okay.
My nutty medicine when I get depressed. And I'm back on my ADHD meds because it's a controlled substance. I think it's a 30 or 31 day weird rotation where I get like 30 pills for 31 days. So on my last day, I never take it in the morning like I do all the other days of the month. So it's always a janky day. And today was that janky day. But I've overcome it.
Hopefully that gets better for you.
Dude, I'll tell you what got better for me. And I don't know. I hope Shane's okay. I'm sure he's probably sleeping or maybe working. I watched, and I did not know that y'all had jumped over to Donnie's Live. I tried to jump back into Pocket Metals. It was about 1:15. I woke up after eating my Mexican pizzas, all 17 and 49 cents, glorious dollars worth every penny. I dozed off for about 30 minutes and I saw Pocket Metal was still alive. I jumped in there, nothing burger.
Yeah, we figured you couldn't get back in because he couldn't let you back in.
No, I had this link.
Oh, no, I mean, but doesn't he have to, when you get backstage?
No, I jumped in there and fucked around, dude. I tried to shut it down. It ran for 8 hours and 47 minutes.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, by the time when Shane signed off at 3, and I just know that because I was watching it tonight. That's what I was saying. That was, to me, and I don't know if you heard my rant earlier about Shane and his wisdom level. Shane drops wisdom bombs that make me go, holy shit. I mean, Shane is on a different level. He's got some kind of current of knowledge that flows through him. I'm not talking about knife knowledge. I'm talking life knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that if I'd have been in the chat, what Scotch wasn't addressing, I love Scotch, and he wasn't addressing about Medford, is yes, you can be opinionated, but I used to be on Facebook, and I've got this ex-Alabama football player who was an All-American, who's a stockbroker, and he's an Auburn hater, which is the other college team in Alabama. So he's constantly posting memes and shit during football season, and in Alabama, people don't fuck around with that. Like in Ohio and Ohio State, y'all don't play that shit. And so I'm always thinking that's so stupid because I would not invest money with you because you've shown hate towards my college team and there are other people I can spend my money with, right? So I think Greg Medford, love it or hate whatever position he's on, he's hurting his business.
Yes and no. I agree that it's not the wisest marketing choice, but when he's producing such a niche product, he doesn't have to market towards the greater. He's looking for a specific type of person.
He doesn't, Kyle, but tell me this.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying.
Right, but do you know at least 3 people? I know A to Z, E to C, and I know a couple of others that would buy his knives if they did not hate him. And again, it's not a realistic hate. It's kind of like a derangement syndrome hate. And it is what it is. People are entitled. I learned that around 45 when I was younger. That people are entitled to feel the way they feel, and that's normal.
Right. But the other thing is too, though, one of the worst things that ever came out in business and or marketing in the last 20 years was the phrase that perception is reality, because that's bullshit.
Right.
Perception is not reality. Reality is reality.
And reality is
how someone feels does not make it right or wrong. Now, again, I don't believe that his plan for marketing is the wisest, but clearly for how many years he was doing just fine without worrying about
absolutely. And I'm not saying that's the reason for, I think there are a lot of problems that we might not see, but I think we all do, that the U.S. manufacturers are facing. I think it goes without saying. I mean, your bigger manufacturer, I can't imagine their sales being up over last year's numbers. I can't think of
No,
anybody.
everyone's hurting right now.
Yeah. I mean, Eric was saying that on his Spyderco thing. It's just been a really bad time, and Greg says it candidly. But I think, I know, and I don't know this for a fact, but I've heard from people, maybe it was Scotch, that the reason U.S. Blades doesn't carry Medford knives, who sells a lot of USA knives, is because, and I don't think this is necessarily right, I'm not taking a side, but Greg, something in one of his rants triggered Whitty's wife so much that they no longer wanted to do business with them. So, yes, you're going to alienate market. I'll look at it, the stockbroker, which is not as niche, but unless you're in Medford, looking at the knives that are in stock is not as niche as, say, American Blade Works, or say.
Well, there's a difference in volume level too, but
Absolutely.
Going back to what you're saying, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
You go ahead, dude. I'm just rambling. I have nothing to say.
One thing I would say is that, yes, he alienates part of his market, but a lot of times that the people that are complaining weren't going to be buyers anyways.
I agree with you there.
So it's the people that just like to complain to complain.
Well, he brings it on himself. I can see both sides, and I can have my beliefs.
I'm not looking out for him, but also the one thing you do have to respect, regardless of his stance on things, is he doesn't ride the fence. He isn't trying to play the middle, and
he's got more at stake than any of us. You're exactly right, Kyle. I mean, he stands up for America. It seems like to me, and I could be wrong. I'm not.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily espouse things in the proper way and being polite about it, but he stands up for what he believes in, whether that's right or wrong. That to me is valuable, and I don't care what your stance on something is. I
agree, Tori.
I stick up for the fact that you have the right to say it. So
in dollar and cents, I agree with all that. And I commend him from putting his business at risk for his principles. That's another thing that Scotch was talking about last night, which I understand, but he's not seeing apples to apples. Scotch is a good capitalist who's built a business. And these guys that are making money doing whatever, I'm looking for that comment I just found because I didn't understand it. Hold on. Where is it? It's right down here. I apologize, Kyle.
You're good. Go ahead.
And I want to read that one too. Whitty said he doesn't carry Medford because the numbers that Medford wants him to sell and the fact that Medford's not. And that's true. That's probably why everybody has so many freaking knives. Hey, what is going on? The Maroni?
The great thing, one thing I will say that people don't give him credit for, regardless of what you think of him, he wanted to create this, so he started his own company, took on all the expense of building a business, building the machine, or having the machinery, having the factory, having employees, paying them well, and doing a lot of things well for the business side that a lot of people aren't willing to take on that risk or take on that responsibility of doing. So I kudos to that.
And he was at one time looking to do some steel. I mean, I think he's been good for people will say good and bad. Some people, he's just a polarizing figure. And I think he does it from a place that he believes strongly in. And I can't fault anyone for their beliefs, whether they align with mine or not. I have to respect a man who stands on principle. Paul, what do you mean by that, buddy? Do you literally have to hold it over the cup?
He was talking at me because I was typing in shit under your name, unfortunately.
Oh, I got you. How do we get that changed? Because Pocket Metal used to not do that. You should have your own profile in here. You never went in and set one up, did you?
Yeah, I've got a StreamYard profile, but when I go in here, it still shows up, types as that thing. So
have you ever gone into StreamYard when you go into others, like with Shane, you're Kyle Coonley, right?
Well, it's kind of just going through YouTube at that point. I'm not going through StreamYard to talk on the stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's not linking you up? I figured he was.
No, I don't hop on his streams. I hopped on it one time that Stevie sent me a link, and that was it.
Right. I just mean in the past when you've had a link and jumped on, you've been Kyle Coonley, right?
No, not in the chat. In the chat, I've always been under you.
That's weird.
So
I've got you. I'll go ahead and see if there's something I can set.
So Paul, the AeroPress, yeah, you're gonna have to put it over the cup when you're pressing, but that's only for depending upon how long you want it to. I mean, I let it bloom for a little bit first. So I mean, it could be the pressure could be 10 seconds to 30 seconds. It just depends on how slow or what type of flavor you're looking for.
When you're blooming it, what are you doing? Just letting it sit and steep and crack the beans?
Yeah, so you lightly pour the water over the grounds that are in there, let it wet and let it bloom, and then add a little bit more, and then add a little bit more until you get to the point where it's all in there, and then you slowly press it out. So I like.
So did he get the AeroPress, or did he had the French press and just upgrade to an AeroPress?
He was looking at picking between the two of them. I like the flavor of the AeroPress better. You can do.
Are they both small little units where you just make a cup, or are they for making like a pot, or does it matter?
No, they're for. Well, French press you can get different ones. You can actually do an entire pot on a French press, but the AeroPress is more for single cups or shots of espresso.
As it should be, yeah, right. Because you're trying to get the maximum, I assume, flavor and draw from your.
Yeah.
What's the difference in an Aero versus a French? I know what Frenches look like, but I never knew how they work. Except
I don't have my name. An AeroPress basically is a cylindrical tube that's separated with pressure, and you actually there's a separate cylinder that you put your grounds into, and then you pour the water in there, and then you press it with pressure, and it actually squeezes the water through those grounds and creates your coffee.
Very interesting. And is that what I see a lot of these campers using over those little four-sided titanium grills where they'll make a cup of coffee with a little mechanism thing that looks almost like I think it's an AeroPress. It is an AeroPress.
Yeah, it looks like a plunger, basically, like a large.
Yeah. Well, this one looked like a little thermos. It looked like a little thermos that yielded it into the bottom of it, and it kind of worked. I guess you just worked it down or whatever.
Yeah, see, like Marceau, I actually run my AeroPress inverted. I like the way it works better that way. You can do it standard, you can do it inverted, but
take care, Paul. Appreciate you stopping by, buddy.
The biggest change that I got was instead of using the little paper filters, I bought a titanium filter that you just clean, but it actually
you just poured your coffee in there, and then after it strained through it, you would dump it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that would be the cleaner way to go, right? Because you're not getting any loss. Or are you getting grounds in your, or do you just strain that out at the end?
Yeah, you shouldn't be getting grounds. You should have it ground the correct way for the fineness of it.
You want a coarser ground, right?
Depends on so that also affects flavor too. That depends on the bean and all that. But
dude, the parallels between that and vaping flour are just amazingly similar. Too fine, and it just clogs up your fucking airflow.
Yeah, you got to get the right mix for what you're doing, and then so like with the paper filters, you can pretty much run anything. With the titanium filter, you actually run it a little bit. One side actually runs coarse, and the other side runs fine, but I like mine a little bit on the finer side.
It's totally manual, right?
Yeah,
I got you. Gravity, I guess, is what's doing it, plus the pressure that you add to it, I guess.
Yeah, so you can actually, like, if you want to get some of these guys get super into it, where they're actually, measuring out per gram of coffee ratio to per gram of water and the correct temperature and also the certain things. But it's
once you found your sweet spot, you could recreate it at will, right?
Pretty much. Honestly, I don't use it all that often, just because I have a hard time finding beans that I like.
Yeah, what's weird is I quit drinking it just because I think it was bad for me. I still drink stuff that's bad for me, like these double shots, which really don't have a lot of coffee in them. They're more vitamin B12 like energy drinks. But if I drink a cup of coffee and then go to drink the second cup, it feels like, have you ever had that feeling when you take antihistamines and it makes your neck feel like the hair's growing on it? And it's just, you kind of feel just kind of icky. Like 2 or 3 cups of coffee make me feel icky. And I had espresso once.
I can't take antihistamines. They will not. Like if I take a Dimetapp or Claritin or anything like that, dude, I'm knocked out for 12, 14 hours.
So you don't get that weird. Well, maybe it's Sudafed that makes your neck stand up. Maybe it's one of those ones that they make meth out of with 1,000 of them.
Could be, but I don't have caffeine either. So like I have to drink decaf. So I haven't had caffeine in 17 years, probably 16 years, 17 years.
You just drink it for the taste and
Correct.
the what would you call it? The reveille.
Well, because I mean, before I quit drinking caffeine, I was on probably 12 to 14 Mountain Dews a day, plus a couple of cups of coffee in the morning, and then a Starbucks with extra shots in it at night. So I was on a substantial amount of caffeine a day, and then I had to, for medical reasons, I had to cut it, and so I cut it cold turkey, and I had migraines for months.
Did you ever get stones? Because Mountain Dew is the nectar of the gods. I never got stones, but my ex did.
No.
And she drank more than me, and they definitely attributed it to the Mountain Dew.
No, I never had issues with that.
I got to where I was spending $25 a day on 12-ounce Red Bulls, always the green. They would either be kiwi or apples. They were seasonal. I drink like 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and then 1 right before bed, and I'd go to sleep. It would never keep me up. It would just keep me going.
Yeah, I mean, I could chug a 2-liter Mountain Dew, go straight to bed.
Well, exactly, and sleep like a baby.
Yeah. Yep. Never fazed me. But then, it's amazing though. Like the first probably 6 to 8 months, it was amazing how much I didn't realize I depended upon that for energy. Like I was drained.
What's up, Rob? They say it's one of the hardest chemicals to kick, dude.
I was glad that I was actually get off of it though. But it's amazing what, because I mean back then at that time frame I was probably pushing. I was in my 20s. I was working 70, 80 hours a week.
So you had to just roll.
Eating probably, I don't know, 1 to 1.5 meals a day. And the only thing that kept me going was nicotine and caffeine. And I was probably sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night tops. So yeah, it burns you out quick.
So you said, I don't need to know the medical reasons, but when you quit, you knew you were quitting caffeine. So has your energy levels just come back naturally, or do you take supplements or drink?
No, yeah, you learn to adjust. So just take care of yourself other ways. You get that back. But
I would guess oxygen and yoga, something like that could be as simple as giving you energy, or exercise.
Yeah, I mean, there's all types of just being more rested, being healthier, trying to take care of yourself, so you definitely will get that back. But it was a drastic change.
Howdy, Ron Crow, channel member. I'm glad you're home and relaxing, buddy. Hang out until you fall asleep or get ready for bed. We're just going to be chilling.
So, go ahead.
You had some stones, didn't you?
Well, I was going to do that, but what I wanted to talk about too was, so I got a email from my contact that I had talked to you about in the past, that they want to do, if we can, this Friday, do a giveaway.
Oh, sure, dude.
So, and what they're going to be doing, what they're going to be giving away would be, let me grab it.
Are they going to be able to come on, or are they just going to want us to handle it, which is fine?
We're going to us do it. A set of these quick clamps,
Dude, those are nice.
which go for $150.
I thought they were like 160 because I was going to pick up a set. I've watched you manipulate them. I still don't understand the mechanics of how they tighten down like my
So this part, if you see there, when I open the lever, it opens that up. As I push down, it closes it tighter, right? Here.
Right.
Well, then
And then
there's
it's got
a screw on the bottom side. So if you want to loosen that up, you twist it, and that'll tighten it. If you go the opposite direction, it'll loosen it up.
okay. So you can tighten. You can tighten all the way down, all the way up. You just got a wrench in your hand, basically.
Correct.
Very cool.
But a lot of times, if you get it into a certain point, it fits the majority of thicknesses of blades. You don't have to adjust it. Then you just put them in, clamp it shut, and you're good to go. And now, if it's something super thin or super thick, then you'll have to adjust it.
Well, I figured it out. My whole issue was that old McClarty angle finder I was using that was designed to get the base, which I didn't realize till I got the Axis Cube T2 that they're 4 settings, 2 that go for either a cadet or a blitz, where your what do you call them? Your clamps go up and down, and your rod stays stable, right? Pretty much. And then you've got that program 3, or I think the K01, K03, what is it called? And then the Pioneer, where your clamps stay stable because you zero it out on the back as opposed to on the top. So when I was taking the Pioneer and my old angle finder, I was setting the angle like I was to my blitz. So there's no telling what I sharpened those knives at.
Yeah. But it was, at least it was consistent, though. That's the only thing that's good about it.
True. But I think it led to a lot of my frustration because I was kind of used to. Night, Mallory. Take care, Dylan, buddy. Y'all buy his knives. I'm telling you, they're good knives.
So I want to give them a shout out because they wanted to do a nice giveaway for our listeners. So they're going to give away a set of these, which, like I said, $150 value. So
dude, that's awesome because I'll tell you this: even if you don't have a TS Prof, you don't know somebody who does, those would go on Blade Bench because they're sold out most places.
What I would personally hope someone would do is if they either enter if you have one or if you don't have one
and want one,
maybe that's a little bump to consider it getting you in the direction of buying one, or
you can get in a Pioneer for under $400,
right? And or use it as like as you said, if somebody a friend that has them, maybe trade them for whatever, maybe
a knife
or a gift or something like that. But don't just enter to turn around and sell them, because I think that kind of defeats the purpose of them being.
That's true. That was just me being.
No, I understand. But yeah, I mean, having these.
Yeah, that would be ideal, Paul. If something like that would get somebody to pick up a Pioneer, which is a great system. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, that to me, that would not be a necessity to get started with one. But
not at all.
But this is a huge convenience factor if you do get a system. So.
Well, it's a huge upgrade. It's a desirable upgrade that I will one day make.
For
so
sure.
I would think anybody that has that, like when I had my Blitz, which I still have, I bought the basic Blitz, but upgraded it to the tits, dude. It's got not just the 360, but it's got the wider, whatever you call that front thing that you put the clamps on to make them be able to go wider. I bought the upgraded clamps, the upgraded stone holders. So it turned out to be pretty much a Blitz Pro when it was all said and done. Just cost me twice as much. It's going to be here, I think, Ron. It's going to be Friday night.
Yes. So Friday night.
I don't know if this is a problem, Kyle, but I was talking to, and I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, and I don't know if he'll talk about it. It's not why he's coming, but Jason Grant was going to jump on for a few minutes and give away a knife because he hadn't been on in a while.
That's fine. The only thing I would like to do, and I can talk to you about this off stream, but they just ask if it wouldn't be too much trouble if we could just put their logo on the thumbnail.
Dude, absolutely. So, I can put their logo. I've got it because I put it on. Yes, and we can put it on the crawl. Whatever we need to do.
So,
but I think that's too kind. I mean that's ideally for me when they were talking about what different channels hope to attain. I like when someone supports you. Not because they reached out and said, hey, you want to try TS Prof? It's because I always use TS Prof and I've hounded them to try it because I'm a fan. That's how I go after any knife I show, with the exception of the Geo knife. I pick up those knives from Amazon, like this knife right here.
I'm missing some comments.
Are you not seeing them, dude?
No, I missed some. That's why I was gonna look up.
I see a lot of people in.
Let's see, Yoko. Oh, did you get your knife, buddy? Thank you, Tyler. Rob, I don't use those. I've got diamond files, but I don't use it for jimping. I use them to cut in choils with.
Just little hand files?
Yeah, let me grab them.
I would think you'd use a Dremel or something. Maybe it's easier with the hand file.
Well, it's more precise. I can get more control with them. I just picked up a cheap set of these off of Amazon. They work great. Just little diamond files.
Well, those are kind of nice. I've seen a little thing on Amazon that looks like those little files, but they're color coded and they're HRC tester.
Yeah, those are different. These will actually cut. I mean, they're
right. But when we were talking about the inaccuracies between a Lieb and a HRC tester, those little scrapers, are they even worth the trouble?
They're rudimentary. They'll give you an idea, but it's not going to be
a range more than
anything crazy precise. But
I take that back. This knife, this company actually reached out to me. I'm getting a lot of emails from companies reaching out, and I will go look at their knife on Amazon. And this was a $25 knife. I just wanted to check it out. It's bigger than I'd carry. The choil is forced. It kind of feels like a paramilitary 2 in your hand, but the blade to handle ratio is whack. But for a lightweight, less than $30 knife, it cuts cardboard like crazy. I sharpened it.
Nice.
With those diamond stones. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Demonoc, I haven't forgot you. You're still in the books, buddy. So hit me up whenever you're ready.
But you'll never see me say, go buy this. It is awesome. Unless I think it's awesome. I'll still never tell you to go buy it.
Gabe,
I can't buy shit.
The investment at that price point, I would steer clear at that price point from anything from Worksharp.
Those are over $350, aren't they?
Not that they're not good. I think they just came up with another one.
I'm talking about the precision. The nice new one that just came out is high.
It's like 400, I think.
They're clunkier than a TS Prof. TS Prof looks to me like something that NASA would have designed. It's minimalistic yet super effective. And for somebody like me who's an idiot, if I can just dial back my RPMs and employ patience, it's almost foolproof.
That's the thing. So like with sorry, I saw something from Rob. I was going to grab my bits to show him. But not that the Workshop's not good. It's just that it's not as well made, and it's not as accurate to me. But I've also, you're going to spend more money on stones and everything else that it's going to cost more going into TS Prof, but it's an investment. So
but you're going to have more flexibility on the stones that you can use.
Oh, without a doubt.
And once you get a setup, whether you, and like you even said, and I think I could get by with 4 or 5 stones.
Oh yeah, you get by with 3.
Right, right.
Rob, just grab something like this off of Amazon, dirt cheap. These are like $15-$20. It gets you a bunch of different options. You can do something where you have a diamond cutting tool, like one of these little small end mills, and then you can go into something like a stone where you can get different shapes to get in there.
I used the little diamond corkscrew thing like you showed at first to cut in my first and only finger choil. That was a jumpy, bucky mess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like, personally, I don't mind. It takes more time, but I like doing it by hand. Now, if it's something crazy, then I'll grab something like that and just do that. But jimping, you definitely would want like more like a cutoff wheel or something like, let me grab it here. Like that, a cutoff wheel where you can actually get in there thin.
I wonder if y'all can see this jimping. I don't think you'll be able to. Not the detail in it. I'm going to try to show it under my other camera. Hold on. This is some of Driver Defense's jimping.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it to hold on. But it's cross. Can you see how tight that is?
Yeah.
He used to not have that. I've got one of his splinters, which is this Big Brother, which he now puts the same jimping on. That has to take time. You think he's using a machine for that?
No, he's probably got a file he goes in both directions to get off of that, I would think. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but I'm not done a ton of them, so I don't know. But that, it looks like one of those cross hatches.
Yeah, it feels great on the thumb. It really does. I still can't believe I'm addicted to small fixed blades. I don't know if y'all saw my steel video this morning. Let me make this go away. Whoops. Let me pull Kyle and I back up there. Whoops. I just removed Kyle. There he is. But I got a couple of knives sent to me from Kaiser. It's the first time I've been super excited by manufacturer. I love the Vosteed mink. It was just big. But did y'all see these little drop bear fixed blades that came out? And I'll tell you what's cool about them. If you've handled a drop bear, the folder, this is about a half an inch smaller. Super thin, from $44 in D2 to $59 in 14C. This is AEBL, and it's 56 with micarta, and they have a clip point, a drop point, and a sheep's foot. And then they did the freaking Swiss Army knife head fuck. Because when I got these, I hadn't looked at the paperwork yet, but check this shit out. I'm probably going to cut my thumb. I did earlier on. I thought it was badly designed because I'd never use a metal toothpick, just between you and me.
So they're not good for you.
That's a metal toothpick. And then on the other side, and this is super thin. I mean, if you take it out, you don't even really have a hole left there. But you've got tweezers too. So in the ass, it holds a set of tweezers and a set of or a toothpick or a little metal rod. I wouldn't use it, like I said, as a toothpick. And this was designed by that Azo guy. Have you met him, Kyle?
No.
I've heard, I mean, I've seen his name. I think he did the Big Lighter. Is maybe when I first heard of him. I think he's a younger Asian guy. Big surprise. But pretty cool. I'm not a fan of extra shit in my knives, like toothpick and that. But when you put it in there, you don't even know it's there.
Right.
So there might be one time in a million that I use it. What I was very impressed with was it's under 6 inches. I want to say it's 5, or maybe it's right over 6 inches. Very small, very thin. It came with one of those big tech locks that I took off immediately and put a pocket clip on. But the sheaths are good. They've got a lot of mounting options, and they're cheap or inexpensive. Now, AEBL does not have good edge retention. I think it's like a 3 out of 10, something like that. But it is pretty tough, corrosion resistant. This is my favorite.
Custom AEBL will. It's
sure.
It's good shit.
Yeah, this is Chinese AEBL.
But honestly, though, a lot of the 14C and Nitro V out of China actually outperform some of their M390.
Yeah, you know, like we were. Well, I was saying to somebody,
Demonoc, that's right.
You know, I think steel is kind of like metallurgy is kind of like wizardry, right? I mean, it's almost like magic. So they might have other processes to do stuff that may one day they might come out with the next great knife steel. But who did I hear? Was it Bestech, who out of respect for Crucible is listing their MagnaCut M-Cut? I know it's not Bestech because I've got one that says MagnaCut.
Yeah, that's what they switched it up, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well, Kyle, I kind of think it does. I mean, I think it doesn't go with the total transparency, but I think it's a step in the not spit in your face, right? Not call it something it's not.
Yeah, but it's still implied. I mean, regardless of
But it's
they're not
still
saying, "Hey, we have a new steel." They're saying,
Yeah.
"Hey, this is
an analog of what you already
Right.
do. And
Correct.
hopefully we've done it as good or better.
right."
Which, like Shane says, with cut tests, they've never shown that it's been done better. And when
Correct.
it is, he'll be the first to say, hey, we need to check this out.
Yeah,
Um,
my point is, if you're gonna make something, make it well. And if you're not, if you're gonna call it that and it's not that, then just don't make it at all.
The other little Kaiser that launched today, and unfortunately it's a smaller knife. It's a Johann Jorgensen design. It's called the Parakeet. But I think it's the first time that Kaiser used the top liner lock. And it's Nitro V. They either have it in thumb studs or with a blade hole. Either aluminum handles, micarta. And I want to say it's somewhere in the 40 to 50 range, depending on the handle material. Kind of a cool little knife, though. I love the fact. Y'all know if Kaiser's done a top liner lock before? I don't think they have.
No, they just asked their brother Bosty to do it for them.
Correct. To test it out. But this one actually looked different because when I first got it, until I read their literature, I was convinced it was a plunge. The liner looks like it's pushed further. I just don't understand. I need to take more knives apart. I've actually got some scales on the way. I ordered some, what are they called? Applied Weapons Tech, like my Benchmade, but I ordered them for my Spyderco. It'll be my last Spyderco to tie scales on. I'm actually carrying a Spyderco today.
Nice. Hey,
But
I'm sorry.
I still think that's the perfect TDC knife for me. One of the blade shapes, not the Tonto, but
Oh,
it's the
Tonto.
size.
I love that. If they ever came out with that, re-released that in a different steel, I would be all over that so fast.
What did Blade HQ have it as? M4? I can't remember. That's not one I'd get excited about, I don't think.
I would. I like
What
that.
is tell me about M4. So is it just tough?
It's reasonably tough. It has a decent edge retention. It's above average edge retention. It is very toothy. It's just a good work steel. Donnie, I'd be interested to see how that holds up because I know that's at the limits, very upper limits of pushing it. I've had
Donnie, if you behave, I'll send you a link.
I've had some
so
in
you
at
can share your
60,
knowledge.
63 and a half, but I've never seen it at 65. No, M4 is a great steel.
I just don't know the properties enough. Even though I only cut cat food and cardboard, I should do my due diligence and at least know what the different properties are. I always thought of it more of an outdoor knife steel, a fixed blade steel, and that's wrong.
It's a carbon-based steel, but it can be used for anything. I mean, that's the issue with
Instagram's fucking with me.
That's the issue with people talking about steel that don't know what they're talking about. I mean, they just.
That's me. I'm guilty of that.
No, I wasn't saying that. I'm saying, but
you've helped
you
me.
don't. You say you don't know, though. That's the difference. There's other people saying they do know, and there's espousing horseshit. So, excuse me.
And I was proud of you for jumping in last night, and because I was just watching the chats that were highlighted, and jumping in for what's his fuck, Rochambeau, saying that he used to give away knives. He just recently started selling them. I thought that was pretty big of you.
I was talking about Jared, but
oh well, because I think Rochambeau's a prick, but that's just me.
Yeah, I was talking about Jared. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to bring up that whole issue again, but yeah, I mean, I call it how I see it. I'm not going to pull punches and play with favorites. No,
and again, I think, and I noticed in Pocket Metals, again, Pocket Metals was off the rails. I'm the first to say that was freaking entertaining, just sitting back. And I got my head bit off as much as anybody else. But what it really boils down to is people are going to do what people are going to do. I'm looking for something. I'm trying to
you're good.
multitask. I'm doing a terrible job. I'm back here on Instagram because I was going to show y'all something and I can't remember what it was.
That's fine. I'm going to catch up with something with Donnie. Yeah, I
Well,
think
sending Donnie a link. Thank you. Thank you.
I think 65 is going to be a bit on the dropping off in performance, but that's still pretty interesting to see how it holds up.
Donnie, you don't have to come on because I know you were on till 3 a.m. But here's the link. Kyle, were you there last night when Scotch walked around and went through his pew cabinet?
Yeah, and I was the one that said this is about to go down. I can't believe it didn't pull it down.
He's got low sub count, which that's can kind of help you stay on the radar.
That's done by AI anyways, though.
Yeah, but again, it wasn't, he maybe because he wasn't, I don't know. I was flipped out.
I've seen people with under 500 subs get pulled down for that.
Yeah, and usually they just take it down. The stream just ends.
Right.
Oh, Scotch was fucking ready to go. Then I turned on the late night stream and he was a totally different person. I got you, Bless. I just didn't want to leave you out, dude. I never know when you're going to be available. You're always welcome.
Todd, yes.
Does anyone know when Aries is posting his knives on Etsy?
I don't know, but I think he said he was going to put a Instagram post up to give everyone a heads up.
I'm pulling his Instagram up right now and we'll share it because I believe that's what I heard too. And he just got in a box. I don't know how many, and I don't know if he's sending some around for pass arounds, but the Bloom Kubies. He did a comparison side by side of the Bloom and the Kubi Bloom.
Todd, I agree with that. There has been some things that have changed, but yes, as a general statement, I definitely agree with that.
Let me get over here and see what I missed. And I hate when I go back and do.
No, we're just talking about the selling or not.
Hey, Crispy.
What's up, Crispy?
Todd, I will rib on Jared, but I've always been a friend. I mean, I was on Jared's channel when Jared 10,000 subscribers maybe, and I always appreciated his story time and I didn't think of it as a tough act. I thought of it as him being very open because he knew if he reached his dream, which was to get big, that it would come out. So he kind of stayed in front of it. And I appreciate that about Jared. Not trying to hide from it. Now, I don't know what else he hides from. It's not for me to decide. But he's always been very transparent as I'm trying to make this a business. This is my way out of, whatever lower opportunities I've had. This is, and I respect the hustle. I might not respect the game. And he might not be hustling. I don't know. I'm just fucking contrarian, pontificating. Paul Mills, talking to Crispy.
Yeah.
So I think Kyle, do you think we ought to do a giveaway early, or do you think we ought to do it? I always say if we start at 8:15, maybe. How would you like to do it? Would you like to do it on the StreamYard, like hashtag TSProf, or would they like us to do it a different way?
No, that's fine. We can do it on stream. They said that would not be an issue. I would say probably.
I could put up a TSProf video and have them leave a comment there. That's my only other choice. But I like the StreamYard is the easiest.
Yeah, just get that. I would say probably to get the most traffic somewhere probably between like
8:30 and 9.
Yeah,
9 and 10.
I was gonna say right around 10 my time. So that's 9:15, 10 to 10:30, so 9:15 to 9:30 your time, roughly.
Yeah, I like it. Are y'all up for that? I'll post on it in the community tab. I will. I haven't done the Friday Night Flicks thumbnail, but I'll put it on there. I hate to put giveaway because again, I've never put giveaway in the title of a live stream.
You don't have to.
I know, but You know, I thought about it. The reason I don't do it is not a valid reason. I mean, I should want to bring more people because I'll tell you, I don't know if you heard me say this, Kyle, but I went over to Tri States Live tonight and thoroughly enjoyed it. I just sat there, we chatted, he acknowledged me. It was all good, like old times. I'm still a mod. I didn't throw up any porn links. And I'll probably go back. And I was amazed that I knew 2 people in there.
Yeah, it's okay. So I will say this: going into a lot of these streams, they're not the same anymore because the turnover rate, the attrition rate of the OGs has definitely fallen off. Like it, same reason, same in Jared's. Like you go in Jared's, I don't recognize majority of them. I've been in there forever. I've been a mod in there forever with Todd. Like
Right.
I don't recognize hardly anybody in there anymore. And the atmosphere has changed. I prefer the old environment, but that could be just biased.
Well, I think it was very nostalgic when Kara was downstairs and Jared was kind of fumbling through, learning stuff, working really hard. You can never say that Jared never worked really hard at what he was trying to do.
But it also kept up with the chat. It was more interactive. It was the video seemed more lighthearted and fun. Like when you remember Douglas?
Yeah. See, I haven't been in one of Jared's, or I did watch his first video ever yesterday. Did you see that he reposted?
No.
Dude, it's a great throwback into, oh my God. It was like 2020,
Okay.
2019 maybe, but it's him and Kara. And it's just him showing his, I don't know if I didn't watch the whole thing. I don't know if he commentaries it or just plays it, but it's his first knife review.
Oh, nice.
And you can tell, I mean, he was young, dumb, but he was driven. And I can't fault anybody for that. There's some I can, because I still think there's a weird irony about me getting banned on ShareCell when I did. I think that thing we talked about, Kyle's got fucking weeds growing out of it.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried about it because ShareCell was bought by AWIN or AWIN, and all the vendors have to transfer over to the new platform by end of quarter 1. So I just have to pick up my links, but I've turned them all off. Fuck it. But to get banned for links, that makes no sense. There's nothing nefarious I can do. And they said it was suspicious activity, which makes me think, if this guy, I don't know. It just, to me, it was weird timing.
The weird thing is, as you evolve in this hobby, it becomes less and less about knives and being sold things. And it becomes more about the camaraderie and the
looking out for the people.
Well, not only that, and I get a lot of hate because people say I'm grumpy and I talk shit. I'm trying to be a realist, and I'm trying to help people out that, like I was when I was a newbie and I was in here and I wanted to buy everything that came out. And
we were all victims of the hype game.
And I'm just trying to protect people, and whatever you want to call it, whether you call it, white knighting, Captain Sabaho, whatever. I just think it's.
I like Holden Caulfield.
I like it better for the people that don't know better. It's not because they're ignorant. It's just they're ignorant to the fact that they don't know what they don't know, and it just still needs time to progress. So I think a lot of the streams have changed and the content has changed, and it's definitely more aggressive pushing and less about community. And I'm sure that's probably the natural arc for content creators as they gain subs and get larger. It becomes harder to be interactive and down to earth.
It's not, because my streams never get over. Right now we've got 30 people in here, 29.
No offense, Javon, but you don't have a lot of subs in comparison to
right.
A lot of these, well, I'm just saying a lot of these people in general. So like when people blow up, their mindset changes. They get over that imposter syndrome, and they get this is not for everyone. I'm not calling anyone specific, but a lot of people get very confident because they think that, hey, I've got the world on my shoulders because I'm growing. But you look at, I don't care, anybody in this community is still 100% small peanuts compared to the vast majority of online content creation.
Oh God, like
a million-
electronics, absolutely. They're getting
A
millions.
million
and millions
subs
of
is
views.
nothing. A million subs literally is nothing in YouTube world, right?
Yeah, iDubbbz has got like 7 million, and he's a nobody.
Well, I mean, okay, Demolition
Thought of
Ranch
his now
had over 12 million or something. He's walking away.
walking away.
So
He's walking away with a stack of cash, though. I bet.
well, yeah, 100%. But the point is, they don't. They think that this is going to be making a living at 20, 30, 40,000 subs. That's not a living. That's
God,
not.
no.
That's not famous. That's not enough to count on. Especially when you can get turned off at any single minute. Like there's needs to be backup plans. It's just not a good business model. And I mean,
No, it's not sustainable because
100% not.
inevitably,
That's
Kyle or Cole saw it when he got suspended for 2 days for nothing. It was just the algorithm thought he was a porn site,
Right.
and they luckily cleared it up in 48 hours. But think of the stress he went through. I mean, it's insane. That's why, again, a lot of people hate it, and I get a lot of hate from him. He didn't like it. He would never go to Rumble.
Well,
but
that's his choice. But then if that happens, he has nothing. He has nothing to fall back on.
Well, he's got TikTok because I think they've all gone that way, and I won't sign
Well,
TikTok terms
for
of
now.
service. I don't think between you and me, I don't think TikTok's going anywhere. I think they see it as an economic powerhouse. That TikTok shop's insane, dude. I would never buy anything from there, but people, my God.
That is.
And I'm not knocking TikTok. I just don't understand it.
I
can
am.
barely,
Complete
I can
trash.
barely, well, I mean, it's a social network, but I understand that it's more nefarious or could be.
No, it's not just a social network. It's a social network engineered to
Rot the brains of our kids.
right and destroy stuff. So I don't want to get into that, but I think
And he's a great guy, but he's been emancipated by her. Sorry, Kyle.
No, I think that putting all your eggs in one basket is not wise when you are a small fish in a big pond.
Not at all.
So
I totally agree.
but I think that again, some of that is nature, is when you become quote unquote recognizable or famous or whatever else, it's going to go to your head at some point. But it's how you handle things, and if you stay true to what got you those people.
Very true, Mersalt. And that's what I'm trying to think of examples. And I want to say Eddie Vedder, but I don't know him. I would say David Grohl, but he got a porn star pregnant, which I don't have a problem with. I don't know what his marriage was like, but I think there are people that don't get corrupted and turn into assholes because they're actually grateful for the people that support them, that subscribe to their channel, that watch their shit. I don't think it has to corrupt. I don't think if I had 1 million subscribers, you would see me doing a lot different. I don't think you'd see me offering giveaways on a live stream to pull people in. I've never been about that. That's why I never have.
Javon, I love you to death, you know that, but you're also easily swayed.
In what way? Lay it out to me, brother. I can take it.
So like
I agree. Willie Nelson is as down to earth as they come for a billionaire.
you get pulled into some rabbit holes, whether it be slip joints, then small fixed blades, then doing affiliate links, doing that things that were when you were doing some streams with other people that
I hated affiliate links.
I know, but you also went down that path because they thought it was good for you. So it's like, it's some of that is where you're getting your information and what you're trusting. So
Right. And
I'm not
I
saying
agree
that you would do it more like to do it immorally and saying that you're going to be unethical about things. I'm just saying, I think you could be swayed by someone telling you, hey, this is the better way to grow, or this is the better way to do this.
Absolutely. I'm not going to call out names, but I've had someone who I still consider a friend, but y'all were talking about him last night, reach out to me and say, dude, don't put links in your videos. I was like, wow, I want people to be able to find the knife because I bought it at River's Edge Cutlery. Why wouldn't I put the link? Because they haven't given you an affiliate link. And I was like, well, that doesn't matter to me.
Whatever.
And then after a while, I was like, I started getting offered affiliate links and I figured, why not use them? You know, and people give Metal Complex a hard time. But when I first started watching, I still don't see a huge difference, and my brain's not normal, so I'm kind of like a old child, maybe with a little autism. But it's I like the way he just says at the beginning, "Hey, I've got these links. If you want to use them, use them. If you don't, that's great." And that's all I want people to know. They're there. And again, I don't want to say like I shouldn't say that. I will say it. They were spamming links tonight in a live. I wouldn't spam my links in a live. I did it last night in Pocket Metals for fun. So I don't know if y'all were in Pocket Metals, but Scotch was going off on his rant. And so I started spamming my beacon link in the chat.
I saw that.
Oh, that was for fun. That wasn't to get people to click on my beacon link. That was to fuck with Scotch.
I wanted to address something real quick. Rob, I was not speaking about you and your growth either. I don't know. Go up above that one. Let me see if I can find it there. Yeah, that one. I don't think that you are being untrue at all to yourself.
No, Rob, I think you are very authentic. And I think what for me, and you're probably the same way, I don't have a lot of places to get information. I did join it's kind of like an online class. It's called vidIQ, because I never did thumbnails or anything like that. And it took me through like a week worth of how to think about who your audience is. Stupid, just basic marketing shit, right? And you got to think about it. Even though marketing is selling, I'm talking about marketing for growth, for people to engage with my content. And I realized at the end of the day, my content has to be better, because it all comes down to if people want to watch your shit. And you're never going to make everybody happy, but
absolutely not.
But it's easy if you've got a buddy, or and buddies change. And I think Shane made a great point last night or this morning when he was talking about that. But you can get some good advice and you can get some bad advice, right? And it's kind of like you've got to take and filter that out. The one thing that and I'm not saying that I'm doing it right, I'm not, but it's responsible for 80% of my growth is shorts. And you don't understand how many people don't agree with that. They're anti-shorts, but shorts are here to stay. Well, and I can do 9 15-second shorts. What's the math on that? 9 times 10 is 90. 9 times 15 would be.
What'd you say the number was?
9 shorts at 15 seconds.
2 minutes and 30 or 2. Yeah. 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
It takes me 10 minutes because I do them all at once. And I just unsheath and sheath the knife. I put the name of the knife. I put 4 hashtags. Shane taught me this at Nashville 2023. I put YouTube shorts, YouTube short, and short, singular. Those are the only hashtags, and I post it. Then I do the next one. So it'll take me probably 15 or 20 minutes to do 9 shorts. And those will, at least half of them will get over 1,000 views. I have some of them get 13, 15,000 views. And they bring me a lot of subscribers. They don't watch my content. My views are very low. Now, if you look at my overall views, it looks like I get a lot of views, but most of those are shorts. But shorts work because I feel like if somebody takes the time to subscribe to your channel and they watch your knife short, one day they might want to learn how to take apart a hinderer. Who knows?
I don't disagree with you on that. I am a little cynical when it comes to shorts, solely for the fact that I think it's diminishing people's attention span. That's the whole push for like TikTok and all this kind of stuff is the short content.
Is it responding to an attention span that is already shortened and that's been proven? So you have to kind of adjust to that attention span, or do you think it's encouraging it more?
I think it's definitely encouraging, because if the more you push that type of interaction and engagement, then that's all people are willing to look at. I'm much opposite. I'd rather be invested in something that I truly care about, want to watch for 30, 40 minutes than I would for 15 seconds.
I love a 3-hour podcast where they can get down to deep.
I do too. But I mean, I'm just saying I like the ability to be invested in something and not just scroll through. Oh, let me see this. Oh, let me see this. Let me see this. And I think that is affecting society overall. So,
I don't disagree with that at all. What I think is YouTube is in a position where, regardless of what they do, their audience is seeking out shorter content, because the audience are your 9 to 13-year-olds is what they consider their emerging audience. They're not thinking about us as their client or their partner or whatever. We're in a partner program, quote unquote, but and see, that's the other thing, Rob. I tried it. I tried to do some speaking shorts where I was making it like 30 or 40 seconds. And I'd say, hey, this is the MPEC, whatever. And I'd flick it, I'd close it. They never performed as well. But again, all I'm saying is there are a lot of different ways to go about doing a channel. And I do it. I originally did it. I only did shorts so that I could do a Knives Live spot. I had to have my channel X amount of hours so I could stream. And then I realized I could stream with StreamYard without that. So I wasted that time, but that's my life story. And then I think 2.5 years ago, I did my first spoken word video. And I started just going through my collection and giving my thoughts on my knives, which were mostly positive thoughts because they were my knives. But I don't have aspirations to do this. I don't have a job, but I know, because I know what I bring in from this. This is not a job.
no.
I mean, it's not. I mean, I pay more in shipping that I bring in a month.
Realistically, it can be something that's supplemental, but it's peanuts compared to having real income. And
Exactly. And I've been there. I've had, it would be great to have my real job and do this at the level I'm doing it at. Because, I get, and I think I've told you this, Kyle, but I get creative constipation because I try to, only because I always have. The one thing I have going for me is I can put out a lot of content right now, a video a day. That's taxing. And if I didn't put out a video a day, I'd get a lot more views on my video.
yeah, I do agree with Shane though. I think personally, I think you need to change up your intro.
I have changed that.
The
way I greet people.
Yeah, the good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever.
Yeah, I did go back to that, but I don't thank channel members till the end now. That came from my class, and I'll show you one where I don't even say that. I go straight into the content because that's what they tell you, that your audience doesn't want to know about your channel. They don't want to know about that shit. They just want to, see the content that they clicked on the thumbnail to get.
Yeah.
And there was some, I always said I didn't want to do clickbaity thumbnails. I still don't, but there's a science to having a title that encourages somebody based on the combination of the imagery, the contrast between the colors, and the obscure messaging that makes people much more likely to click on this video than that video. They can be the same video.
I agree, but here's okay. Let me play devil's advocate just for a second. Would you rather have 400,000 subs because you use flashy titles and they don't interact much, or would you rather have 10,000 people who would rather watch 30-minute videos, watch every single one of your videos, and comment?
The latter, without a
exactly
doubt.
Right.
Without
So
a
my
doubt.
point is, I think instead of people worrying about huge growth, they should be worrying about natural growth based on quality of content.
And again, I agree. And there's quality of content and there's quantity of content. And I know quality of content always is going to win out. That's why I want to talk to G-Ball. But I've watched his content. And again, it's what I've come to see, but he kills the views. And I think it's because he's got his YouTube group or his Instagram group, and he's got his, what do they call themselves? The G-Ballers. There's a lot, and I'm not gonna have anybody a Javonite or a Javon turd or something like that. I'm not gonna cultivate a cult. I mean, it's just weird to me. But it makes sense that the way YouTube works is when you put your video out, it shows to your subscribers. And the percentage of those that watch in the first 45 minutes determines if your video gets shown to more people, right? And it happens every day. It can be different based on what that initial response to your video is. So the trick is, and that's what I watch, is when people are releasing their videos. And I never used to do that. But
Merso, shut up.
why would you not release a video at a time that's going to get you 3 times the views than a time that you don't? I mean, simple stuff like that. I want to figure this shit out because, dude, what makes me the spine whacking thing? I roasted him on that. I'm the non-spine whacking guy. I will spine whack a button lock once or twice just because I don't want the comments.
There's merit to it, but I don't think it needs to be done constantly. And I don't think it's a huge detrimental point that people put it on. But again, going back to, this has been said before, but Chris Reeves, the inventor of the frame lock, does it on all his knives before they exit the factory. So,
and it only needs to be whacked once. And I go back to,
right. I'm not saying sit there and beat the hell out of it and think,
why doesn't anybody say, when I hold a frame lock, and I watched Jason Grant hold frame locks like this on film and whack them with no glove, and they don't break free because the frame lock is being further engaged with that tang just by holding the knife. So I can hold it like this, which I'm never going to do, or I can hold it like this and I'll whack this. I mean, I'll do it right now. I know that I'm engaged with that frame. First of all, I know this isn't going to fail anyway. But it's a whole nother layer of strength that I don't think people talk about. And Kyle, am I wrong? But wasn't that part of the design element that Chris was looking for?
I don't
that when you hold it, you're furthering engaging that lock, which you're not doing with a liner.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I don't want to speak for how he said that, but
from a just basic engineering standpoint, let's take this Hinderer, for example.
Yeah, pushing it over should
just holding
more
it.
tension. No, I'm saying, yeah, by holding it, you're pushing that lock face over.
So if I go back and hit that imaginary car hood, my knife shouldn't close on my hand because I'm not replicating tapping it like that. I think it's a bogus test. I stand behind it.
To each their own, but I know we've had some comments about getting off of the algorithm stuff, so let's find something else to.
Hey, dude, it blew him up. And again, what Rob says about organic growth is 100% true. And everything I've done is 100% organic. I've never boosted a post. I've never promoted a post, but I post a lot of content. And I heard that one night I was on Metal Complex's live, and he's never featured my channel, but like people were saying, hey, Metal Complex, call out my channel. And you go look at their channel. He goes, oh, you've put out a good bit of content. He goes, that's the key, guys. If you want to grow, just put out a lot of content. People aren't always going to watch your content. I'll tell you what never performs for me are disassemblies, skiff upgrades, scale things. But I know too that when I would go to do those mods for the first time for my knives, I would watch 2 or 3 videos. So those are videos that I look at differently, kind of like putting a catalog out there for if anybody wants to search it.
Well, it's the same purpose of if you're looking to fix your car and you're not 100% sure, you may look at something up online, but the videos that get more views are the ones that are the, racing a car or whatever else,
Absolutely.
But it's still helpful in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, and I guess we go back to, like you said, we're such a small part of this, if you want to call it, influencer thing that is YouTube, which is, again, the second largest search engine in the world. It's much bigger than a video platform. I lost my train of thought. I'm even going to try to find it. Nothing organic in Javon's blood thing. I disagree with you, Mersal. Everything except for, I even think the it's not propylene glycol. I use the other stuff, the vegetable base. I think everything in my body is pretty natural, with the exception of whatever the proprietary blend in my Starbucks is.
Propylene glycol is natural too, though.
I don't like the way it feels on my throat as much. Oh, guys, last night, I bailed out at just the right time and went to Taco Bell. And again, I was sticker shocked the first time I went 2 weeks ago because it was the first time in a couple of months. But I was ready. I had my $18 in my lap, dude, going through there. Wind blowing through my door. It was fucking awesome. Got the exact same thing. 2 Mexican pizzas, 2 of those, or 1 little bag of those cinnamon twisty crunchy things, and 2 of those little delicious Mexican cinnamon balls with some kind of jizz inside of them that are delicious.
All right. Well, hey, let's do this. Let's throw this out here. Let's ask the chat.
Do it.
If you guys want to wait till Friday to see it, or do you want to see me how I flatten a stone?
Have y'all ever flattened your stones?
Yeah, so just give me an idea if you'd rather wait till Friday or if you want to see it now.
It is not a complicated process. It's something that I was able to do. I bought a little kit just because it had the grit stuff that I needed, the silicone, whatever that stuff is. Luke's drained his stones. Can you bring them back to life, or are they done?
That is something I'm not going to bother touching.
That you wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole?
Or yours.
I got you. Mine's a little less than that, but it's still intimidating based on my size.
Marceau, shut up. Go choke on a baguette.
What do you have like a little plate like I do that you do them on, or do you do them on something different?
All right. Well, since no one's really answering, I'm just going to go do it.
Just do that shit, dog. We got plenty of time. We can go till 6 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I'm not doing that, but
I'm kidding. I'll go if people want to go, but Kevin Smith and Knives, what's up? He says now, damn it. Got the damn it. I'll improvise that. I'm going to change the background. I'm getting seasick.
I will say this, though. It is a messy process. So what I typically do is I'll just throw a towel down so that way it can get all dirty and I don't care. Then I'm
curious what's going to make yours a messy process because I don't have a
piece of float glass.
Okay, so yours is flat. See, mine I bought from Blade HQ, and it's got a black ring around it. It's circular, so the shit can't fall off the sides.
Right. And this is actually a pretty thick piece of float glass. I went to the there you go. It's tempered glass. I went to my local window and glass dealer and just had him cut me a piece. Actually, I have 2 pieces, but they had him cut me a piece like that. So get my stuff out here. Then I've got
done it to
silicone carbide powder.
Now, when I got my kit, it only came with 1. The other kit that was too expensive that Gritomatic had.
You don't need a bunch of them.
I didn't think so.
So the key is the prep. So first we're going to get a little bit of the off of them that's already in here.
What'd you just do?
I just put a little bit of soapy water or my mixture that I use.
See, I didn't do that. I would just put my pencil hatch marks on.
I'm cleaning these off because they got so much metal residue on them right now first.
Oh, I got you. You're just doing an extra step because those stones are kind of filthy.
Yeah, because they need to be fully clean.
Yeah, I take mine to the sink after each time and put some bar keepers.
Yeah, I used to do that, but there's not a need to do it every single time.
Well, you're sharpening a lot more knives now. I do it for therapy. You do it for the grind.
All right, so
that towel looks very crusty. It's suspect.
Well, that is the crap that comes off of this, and I'll show you in a second. So
let me ask you a question before you do that, because I want to see if I've been doing it wrong. My instructions told me to mix a cap of the silicone stuff with the same amount cap of water. And slur that around, and that's what I use.
It depends. So what I'm going to do first, I'm taking a pencil. I'm just going to make lines across here. You go opposite direction, make crosshatch lines across here.
And the goal is, guys, so that when you condition your stones, you want those to go away
Evenly. You want them to be, there's no lines anywhere on there.
Right.
That'll say if it's completely truly flat or not.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, Rob. It did look a little creamy. I didn't know what he was squirting on those stones.
That is...
I'm glad I saw what he squirted it from.
50% water, 25% soapy water, and 25% baby oil.
So that's something else I'd never done before. So you do 25 soap or soapy water and 25%. Say those ratios again for your other.
50% water, 25% soap, 25% baby oil. So what I'm going to do is take a little bit of this, create a
little mound
like about like that. Then
that's less than a capful for you.
A little bit, probably a little bit more. What I'm going to do is put my finger in the center, make
mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh, so you're using your soap and oil mixture. See, I would just use water.
Usually I just use water, but since these are already have that mixture on them, it's fine.
And what Jared used to say true, like when you mix your mixture of your baby oil, your soap, and your water, when you shake it and get it good and shaken, you don't really feel the water in there anymore?
Correct.
Okay.
Any oil works, Rob. I like baby oil because it tends to stay a little slicker.
And that helps to keep the metal from sticking to your stones. That's its purpose.
Yeah, lubricity. So then what I'll do is I'll take my stone.
God, I had some good times with baby oil.
Put it face down like that. And then just do figure eights. And this is kind of an annoying sound, so if you need me to mute it, let me know.
No, it's not bad. I'm curious because I try to use my same amount. Are you going to add to that as you work through your stones, or are you going to try to like scoop it back up like that?
Yep.
It actually feels therapeutically good to me. I don't like the sound, but I like the feel of rubbing the stone again. When you get them flat and you go cut with them again.
Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this.
You're off camera. You just cleaning it up?
Yeah, I'm just wiping it down.
Pencil's gone.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done on that. So let me do this.
Is that a smooth stone? What grit's that roughly? It looks pretty smooth.
This is a F240.
Oh, so that's
roughly a 400.
Because don't they take a little longer than like 1,000 to flatten, or is it just the opposite?
Depends on the wear.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he knows what an 8 looks like either. That looked kind of like a bread twist.
Well, you do a circle one direction, you do a circle the other direction. It's kind of like a...
Yeah.
I'll do it larger so you can see it better.
It looks very circular to the chat. I'm just reiterating what you can't read.
They can think what they want. So then that's got a little bit less, so I'm going to put a little bit more on there.
A little more water?
Yep, a little bit more. So that's the thing, if you get too much water or mixture in there, it gets really messy, and that's when this whole process gets really muddy. That's why you see I'm wiping it on the towel. That's how the towel gets. So back on. That's the circle. Opposite edge. The infinity sign. flip it around to the other side.
I seem to have to work mine longer than you do. What's the coarseness of your powder? Not that that would matter.
120.
Hmm.
And I'm not using hardly any pressure.
Yeah, you
Yep.
just want to use the kind of the weight of the stones, right?
Yep.
Just let them float on top of that little mess of stuff.
So now, if I were to put it on this glass and try to move it, even though there's no lines on there, it still has a little bit of movement. So what I'm going to do is add a little more water and go again, because I want it to be to the point where when I'm pressing on here,
Right? You're just holding your fingers on there to keep it even, right?
Yep.
Kevin Smith and Oz, I was trying to find the kit. Let me just Google it. I bought a kit that had the plate. It was like $40. Do this.
Okay, now that should be to the point where when I try to pull this off, it feels like I got suction and it doesn't want to come off right away.
Does that mean it's flat?
Yes.
You'd have to send it to Donnie and let him look at it to know if it was truly flat.
Well, Donnie can kiss my. I mean, yeah, that might be a bad idea. So let me. The other one needs a little bit too, so I'm gonna go back to this one.
I'm going to share this real quick just to show these guys. I picked mine up at Blade HQ, but I got this thing here. It's an Edge Pro stone leveling kit with 60 grit carbide. And it comes with that little plate with the ring around it.
Yeah, that's better.
And Kyle, what's the difference with these stones, these flattening plates?
It's just
I mean, is that worse? Is that better? Is that
same principle. You're just using that versus the silicone carbide powder.
well, they're very expensive.
Yeah, people use those more on whetstones than they do anything else.
Okay. So like a DMT lapping plate, $227. That seems very high.
Yep.
And you'd use that mainly for regular stones?
A lot of people use those for water stones, but you don't need to. I do water stones on this process the same way.
So you don't own any $227 lapping plates?
No, there's no need to.
To me, that's crazy that they'd be out there.
Some people just have different.
Flattening plates are for water stones mostly.
Yeah, I mean, but I use on my bench stones. I use the same principle as this.
Luke, when I got the work sharp, I've gone through a Spyderco sharp maker. I had a little system before that, my work sharp. Then I got the work sharp pro, or the old one, the first one that was vertical. And once I got the confidence, and I did it with budget knives, even with that system and a little bit of confidence, just like with your KME, once you get comfortable using it and get the confidence to use it, it's going to do the rest for you. If you watch a few videos.
So going back to this process, it's a little bit messier.
Jeffrey, is that serious, dude? That is, sorry for your loss, dude, but that's scary.
You don't need to do this very often. I do this probably once every 30 to 40 knives. In the meantime, I'm just using a Nagura stone to keep them flat, keep them clean.
Gotcha, Todd.
So there's no need to do this very often. It's only if you notice that they're not staying flat, and I'm not doing this isn't designed to be doing for a diamond plate. These are resin bonded stones. That's why.
Right. You'd never flatten a diamond plate, right?
Diamond plates are staying flat for the most part. And if you use a diamond plate, you're not doing it with. You don't use the same materials. Like you don't use diamond on diamond. You don't use. Anyway, phrase it. You don't use like a silicon carbide on a silicon carbide stone or aluminum oxide on aluminum oxide stuff. There's different things.
You know,
So-
Cap Addict says a quality diamond plate is true to begin with and will flatten pretty much anything, but it can contaminate the surface if it embeds media.
Yeah, I mean, and this cost me, I think, $16, and I've done probably 30 to 40 flattenings. And if this gets untrue on the one side, then I'll flip it over, use the other side, and then I got a second piece of this as well. So I mean, it's going to last me a hell of a lot longer than a flattening plate. And these are going to be just as flat as that.
Kyle, somehow I missed, you said you don't do it every time, but you do some process. I don't know if it was to your glass or to.
So I don't actually flatten them, but probably once every 30 to 40 sharpenings, or if it needs it sooner, but usually it will not need it sooner than that.
What's the symptom of it needing sooner? Are you just not, is it not cutting good, or you?
Is that a flat? Like you can see, if you lay it next to another stone, you can see that it's not flat. Let me go dump this and get some new water. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay, that's that little other stone, isn't it? Guys, I hope y'all like this stuff. I find it fascinating. I'm really trying to up my sharpening game because a lot of people don't like it. I know Lefty didn't jump into it like I did, but to me, it's part of the hobby. I love getting a knife sharp. I love getting a knife like this one that came in that I just went to see what the edge was like. Didn't change the bevel, but just put a fresh bevel on it. Just to kind of hone my skills. And what's made me want to hone my skills is looking at what Kyle's been able to do. I mean, that dude can sharpen anything. And he wasn't doing this 20 years ago. I've only used and have been very happy with it, soap and water. I never had the oil in there, but I might try it. Are you getting ready to do with that little stone I got? I haven't used it since I used it that one time. I almost forgot what I got it for.
Okay, I'm back.
So you soak that thing for till all the bubbles come up.
Correct. And all this is basically lapping and or conditioning your stone. It's not doing a full-on cleaning. So let me put this stuff away.
I love it, Jeffrey. I love it when I don't know. Like Derek for real was getting me last night and I was feeling like shit. I hadn't called him and he was just fucking with me. But I don't know because I'm just reading it.
So what I'm doing now is you could do it under the sink, just running water, but there's a little bit of the silicon carbide residue left. So all I'm doing is going to be getting this off of here, and I'm going to use my Nagura stone to just clean anything up that's left on there.
And that's almost like it doesn't have the same consistency, but it's doing what not a rust eraser, but one of those Mr. Clean erasers would do. It looks like it's getting whiter or lighter as you rub that over it.
Well, this stone's soft. So that's the material of the stone coming off onto the, that's the material from the Nagura stone coming off onto this diamond resin plated stone.
How'd it go, Rob? Did it work out good for you, buddy?
Yeah, so now that's like glass. That's good. Same thing. Let's clean this one off.
What kind of stones are those? They look Vadivi.
These are the alpha stones.
Oh, I thought those were red backed. Which ones were the ones that had the colored backs?
The same stone. They just released them in red as well too. The red ones came out after these did. But it's the same stone, same.
Jeffrey, he's Michael Jackson in the stone.
So this is what I do between sharpenings. I'll probably do this once every, I don't know, 5-6 knives. Because what I do is, so like I'll sharpen a knife, and as I'm sharpening, I'll wipe it down as it needs the swarf cleaned off. Well, when I'm done, I will spray my solution on there, wipe it off with a paper towel. If it's to the point where it won't do that, that's when I'll start to do this. So like this one is a little bit finer. It doesn't need to be flattened, but it just needs to be cleaned. So I'm going to do the same thing with this one. Just
It's soft enough to get down in that.
Oh yeah.
So when I get through sharpening, I walk my stones to the kitchen. I dump some bartender's friend on there, and then I squirt my soapy water, have the water running, and then take my little scrub brush and scrub it down to get the dirt and shit out of it, right?
Yep.
And then set them out to dry. Would that be something, since I'm not sharpening as much, that would prevent me from having to do that as often?
It's the same principle of what I'm doing here. Just a different process. Eventually, you'll still need to flatten.
Oh yeah. I flatten every 6 months, maybe.
But unless you're sharpening a ton, you're not gonna have to flatten a lot. Like I said, I'm doing it probably every 30-ish knives, maybe a little bit more.
How many are you able to, and I know all of them are different because the grinds are different, they're more complex, but do you have a basic number of knives that you get done on a daily basis, or does it just fluctuate?
Oh, that totally fluctuates based on what the workflow is and what I've got. And
what's the most you've knocked out?
You start getting much past 6 to 8, and you start getting a little bit sore from the motion, and I get eye strain from it as well too.
Isn't that why Elmer Fudd had to quit sharpening?
No, he had something with his shoulder, I think.
But it was from sharpening, right? It was from,
I don't know, but yeah, the angle is not the best for your neck. That is for damn sure.
When whether it's fixed or a stone.
Yeah, just because you're leaned over looking down at it constantly.
We need to invent something, dude. You're a smart kid.
So that one is...
Invent like a NASA helmet that you can wear that has a mirror that looks down.
Yep, so that one is cleaned up. It's like this one is a vitrified...
That looks like a Tomy, what I would consider just a diamond plate.
This is actually vitrified CBN and resin. So what I do with this one is I literally just clean this one off. I don't necessarily have to flatten this one because it stays very, very true for a very long time.
So just soap and water?
I'll just use the Neguro stone on it, or I'll use Barkeeper's Friend. It's the same principle.
Night, Donzo. Have a good night, buddy. I loved watching y'all's late night. I found my link. I wish I'd come and found it last night.
But this one I use dry. I don't use this with any sharpening fluid when I'm sharpening with it.
With not a wire brush, but with like a nylon brush. That's what I use with my Barkeeper's Friend. Would that get that stuff out, or does that stone do a lot better? I don't use my stone as much.
The 6-1 way half dozen depends on how much stuff's in there. I use the Barkeeper's Friend, depends upon my mood, what I'm doing.
Kevin, Kyle taught me a trick. I've got this light that I have sitting over here that lights up my table, not very well, as you'll see here, but it's a good sized light and it's on a stand, and I carry it over where I'm sharpening and I put light right on my blade, and it's made a huge difference. Because I also use my little jeweler's loop because I'm trying to keep my grinds consistent.
Light is the key. Having a nice sharp or nice bright light makes a huge difference.
That could be too, Ed. It could have been an old injury that he re-aggravated, but I remember him saying that sharpening or making knives had become too painful, like when I used to watch him.
Yeah, Todd, that one's different. That one's not a CBN based one. So that could be too, Terry.
I thought Elmer threw his back out e-begging. I watched part of his live the other day, and he seemed to be a different Elmer. I was almost stayed in there for more than 2 minutes. But then I flashed back to what he was mean to Marco Polo, and Marco Polo just trolled him relentlessly. The
So
Cortex is the finest knife I think I've experienced. And I love the FSD until something about the simplicity and the lock, the way the lock bar feels.
I'd like a Cortex XL eventually. But
Have you handled one, Todd? A Cortex?
who?
Have you handled? I said Todd. I meant Kyle.
I've not handled the XO, no. So that's what I was saying by this process gets a little messy. That's why I use a towel and stuff. And a lot of times if I'm doing this, I'll actually use the barkeeper spring because I'm doing it under the sink, so I don't have to worry about
Well,
it.
your sandwich boxes are perfect.
Yeah, those work out great for it.
So check this out. I don't know if y'all know this, but Chris Brown is an aerospace engineer, right? He wasn't a knife guy. Maybe he was a knife guy, but he wasn't a. So there are things in his knives that are different. If you go up here and you look at resources on his website, I don't know if y'all can see this, but on the Cortex XL, if you take this blade off, you've got these two pins. You've got a detent pin and you've got a lock pin. You can adjust the lock bar pressure and the detent. You can tune this knife.
He did that on the FSD as well, too.
Yeah, on the FSD, it's a little different. See how he does it here? You've got these. But I mean, all the little things that he's done that to me are revolutionary, kind of. And handling those knives, I've never owned one or lived with one, but I've gotten to carry them for a week, review them. That's just nice.
Todd, that surprised you?
I think they're just winners. Yeah, Chris Brown, I wouldn't want to get beat down by him, that's for sure. Todd, I love KC. KC is a baby. He gets very in his feelings. I'll tell you this, nobody watches my long form content. And it's because it's not that good. I just show off knives. There are people that do cut tests. There are people that do a lot more stuff.
I don't watch knife content, period. No offense to anybody. I watch streams and that's it. I don't give two.
I remember where I was when Rihanna and Chris Brown didn't show up to the Grammys and that shit started breaking. I was still married, and that's when I used to sit around the TV. I was just in the midst of just an awesome pain pill addiction.
The one thing I will say too, if you're doing this with the powder, it can get all over the place if you're not careful. So, like right now, I've got it on a little bit on my desk. That's why I'm cleaning up.
And it'll scratch up stuff, right? That's your point.
No, I just meant that
it's a mess.
It's a mess, and then if you don't need to get a bunch of different grits, just grab one and you're good to go. But if you start getting to the real fine ones, like above 1,000, then that stuff can actually get into your lungs and really cause problems. So just get a coarse one and be done with it. You're fine.
Rob, I love your Grail acquisition videos, and I love the fact that you're getting out there getting cool stuff. I'm pulling up Roman. I'm pulling up Edgar and Cole because I'm not familiar with them.
Any questions from anybody?
Dude, don't go anywhere yet. I'm looking up something. I'm gonna come back and Edgar.
No, I'm not leaving. I just was asking if anyone had questions for anything while I was.
I'm not on the page. I'm over here searching a knife. And I'm so let me go back to the chat. All right, I'm about to pull him up. Rob's still in here, and I know he's not going to be in here long because he's a responsible adult, unlike me. I'm getting a Herman vibe, but I'm going to pull it up and we're going to look at some others.
Ed, you're nicer than I am, buddy.
Dude, I'd have a hard time. I don't even want to say, not YouTube's term of service.
Right.
So, Edgar Sounds. What's this? Where's his story? Where's he from? Let's find out something about Edgar.
That almost looks a little bit like a duck.
Where are they from? Are they U.S.? Uh-oh. I don't want to get in touch with you. I want to find out where the fuck you at. Chandler, Arizona. USA.
Ron Crow. Yes, 220 would work. It just may take a little longer. I just got 120 and stuck with it, and I don't have a problem with it. If you start getting into like crazy polishing stones like a 8,000, 10,000 plus, then you would probably want to get a little bit finer powder, but 120 is fine for most things.
Rob, do you have one of these, or are you wanting one of these now?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Rob. It kind of reminds me of a duck a little bit, Eachler.
I love the look of it. I didn't know that these existed. There's so much I don't know that exists.
Those are clean, classy.
Yeah, I've never liked the scale holds. Kyle, did you see Duty's video?
No, but I heard about it.
We need to watch it. Just the part where he goes.
Hey, I gotta pop out for a second. I'll be right back.
Pop out. We gotta watch. Duty broke the internet. Guys, when Duty, I don't know if y'all remembered this, but Duty did a video about quitting his job. He was going to be a knife influencer, and I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. And it was a bit. It was so fucking funny. Duty is a trip. I want to go to this part. And this is tongue in cheek. Let's see if this is sharing. All right, it's sharing. We got to watch an ad because I ain't got no money and I have to watch these damn things too. But I skip them. I hover. Yep.
To Duty's daggers, and I have a huge announcement. I'm so excited to share with you guys. It's time that I do this thing. It's sort of a rite of passage for any.
Y'all throw a 1 in the chat if y'all have seen this, and if y'all are like, John, get this shit off here, because I think this is absolutely great. Download Pi. Uh-oh, I got to look that up. Hold on.
Large
I'm gonna go
knife
forward.
influencer to design their own knife. And, kind of once you do that, you're kind of welcomed into the highest tier of knife tuber.
I love the way he refers to it as knife tuber. I mean, Duty is so sarcastic and hilarious, but he gets better.
Influencer. And it's time for me. I'm almost at 14,000 subscribers, getting consistently over 1,000 views every video. And I think it's time. So I'm going to design a knife. In fact, I already have designed the knife. I'm going to show you guys, keep in mind.
This is funny, guys.
Well, I don't want to say it's the first revision because I've definitely been toying with this for probably about a year now. There's still some little tweaks.
And I don't know if y'all remember, but the first time I met Duty was after Blade Show, and he did a live stream where he tattooed a turd that looks like a Liang Ma field dude on his arm live. Very, very interesting dude.
Here and there that will possibly be made, but this is it. I mean, this is pretty much it. So here we go. I don't quite have a name for it yet. Let me know what you guys think. It almost looks like some kind of sea creature, like a dolphin maybe. So we're going to have a sort of, this is actually going to be hollow.
This is the slow part, but this gets great. Trust me.
This section right here is going to be hollow. It's going to be super lightweight. The handle kind of gets skinnier towards the back, which I really like the look of. We're going to have a flipper tab, thumb stud, and a hole. So lots of deployments. And then a little bit of, not really a trailing tip, just a little bit. This is actually a swedge right here. And this is not a full flat grind. It's like a do it, is what I'm kind of going for. It's going to have pretty average blade stock thickness. And I don't want to go too thin behind the edge.
He's about to
because
get
then you
really
lose
funny,
some of that
guys.
Toughness. So, but you know, that those are kind of fine details that'll be up to.
Yeah, it's not a real knife.
Which, I've decided not to disclose
This is
who
hilarious.
is going to be making this knife. You know, following the footsteps of Jack Wolf, I feel that it kind of takes away from the art when you start delving into who made it, where was it made, all that junk. That stuff doesn't matter. It's about the final product, and that's what we're gonna focus on. So I'm gonna try to keep this knife pretty well priced. I think it's gonna be somewhere between $425 and $525, maybe $550, somewhere right in there. Because keep in mind we're using premium materials. S90V on the blade, titanium frame lock handle. Maybe some versions where this is actually an inlay, not carved out, possibly. We'll use some camo carbon probably in there. Yeah, I'm just absolutely so freaking excited about this.
This is where it gets good. My favorite line.
We haven't designed the clip yet. That'll kind of be last minute, just toss it on there. A clip is a clip, so it doesn't really matter that much. So that's it. Hope you guys like it. I'm really expecting a lot of you, my fans,
Check this. This is
to
what
be pre-ordering this. And yes, it is a pre-order. The pre-order will probably be open somewhere between 3 and 6 months. And then once the pre-order is closed, we're looking at a 3-year time frame, about 3 years, which I think pretty reasonable. We're making, it's going to be a 300-piece order, so they're going to be 300 knives. They're
The
going
one
to be
Shane
numbered,
did?
so they are going to be kind of little exclusive kind of collector's items.
He's about to.
There you go. I'm so unbelievably excited to be up in the ranks with Jared Neve
Here we go.
and Metal Complex and the mustache guy. Forget his name. And there's more. Those are just the top that come to mind right now. I'm just so excited to be a part of their group.
No, this is my
maybe they have a
favorite.
group chat, all those guys that they hang out together in. Hopefully I'll get invited to that.
When he
If there
talks
is
about
one.
possible name for his knife.
There we go. What do you guys think I should call it?
This is funny.
Just thinking maybe the dolphin,
My favorite line
maybe,
coming up.
or since it has a trailing tip a little bit, it makes me think of like Prince of Persia, the video game. So maybe the Persian, maybe, I don't know.
This is the best. Here it comes.
The Prince,
Right after this.
we could go with like kind of Metal Complex's vibe with like famous swords.
After this one.
Excalibur is a famous sword. We could go with like Sting, a Lord of the Rings sword, maybe, or that's really the only famous sword I can think of.
This is great right here. Here it
Or we could
comes.
go with kind of like the bad boy, cool guy kind of thing, like with Jared, and do like we could call it the probation violation. We could call it the piss and dirty. Piss and dirty. I'm going back to jail.
Nice.
Thing.
That's so great. This is dirty. I'm going back to jail. That's my favorite.
Give me some ideas. Give me some ideas in the comments. I want to kind of keep it in that vein. I feel like they've already blazed the trail for us, and we're just going to follow in their footsteps. It seems to be proven already. So it proven that those are good, kind of a good direction to go. So we'll keep with that. That's it, guys.
I'm going to tell you, that should be a special episode of Fuck That Guy Friday. I mean, he he has done this
Leave
now
a comment
twice.
below. Let me know what you think. We'll name this together. Maybe we'll vote on it. And I'm really happy to just bring this this labor of love to life finally. So, thanks, guys. I love you. I will see you soon.
You got to give it up for duty.
That is great.
I mean, I'm thinking about going a little harder, you know, like Jared needs, maybe call it the probation violation, pissing dirty. I'm going back to prison. And Duty doesn't look like it, but he's got a little script. Oh, did he, Ed? I didn't see Scuba Steve's. I did see a video yesterday, oddly enough. Speaking of, because I've kind of put my 2 cents in there because I like Steve as a person. But there was an interesting YouTube video by the guy who evidently is not friends with Steve. And they've, I guess, been fighting in comment sections for years. But
don't bring that Jacob guy up, please.
I'm not going to bring him up. I was just going to, did you see the video he put out today? I'm not bringing him up. What's the story?
I can't stand that dude.
I need to know his angle. Is he being legit? Because what he basically does is he takes one of Steve's knives that one of his friends sends him, and he goes through how bad the knife is made. And I'm just seeing stuff like glue, things that aren't perfect, but it's one of the earlier knives. But it seems like there's more personal axe to grind there than just objective.
He's been hating on. I'm not trying to defend Steve. I'm saying he's been hating on him forever and saying all kinds of shit. But
is he a knife maker or is he a content creator or both?
He's got some interesting takes on a bunch of different things that I don't think are right. But hey, teach their own. He actually has a knife company. I don't think he's actually making them. I think they're being made, but I'm not 100% certain, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I know he does. He's affiliated with a knife brand.
Did you see Super Still Steve's interesting Instagram video today? What he's getting ready to do?
No.
OEM?
No.
He is going to, and he didn't say, I'm assuming America. I can only assume America, but his kind of dream all along, he says, is been able to get knives to more people. So he's going to work with an OEM on some knives to get them done. And then I guess he grinds them maybe. I didn't watch the whole video.
I don't know.
But I thought that would be the last thing that Super Still Steve would do.
I'm trying to stay out of that as much as I can, but
I'm trying to get Shane to use some of that stuff.
He wants none of that. And
I know he doesn't, but
that's he doesn't want to be caught up in the middle of it, and I respect him.
I'm not talking about Steve. I'm talking about have him get some like blanks cut once he gets his stuff down where he's not having to do it all. He says he enjoys that part. But I'm like, Shane, but it's taking time.
That's down the road. He can't run before he walks, and we've already had that discussion behind the scenes. He doesn't need to be, in my opinion, it's his business, but in my opinion, he doesn't need to be outlaying himself too much. So he needs to be concentrating on what he wants to do right now and not trying to outgrow what he's doing. So
no, I agree. I think Shane, and I'll watch, that's the other thing. I texted him, he still hadn't texted me back, or if he has, I hadn't seen it because I wanted to talk to him about a couple things. But one of the things he was talking about was, his concern that once his friends buy knives, it's all going to be over. There are a lot of people that would love to look at Shane's knives. I can get tons of eyes on Shane's knives. Shane doesn't need a lot of eyes on his knives because Shane has knives that are performing out in the community. Unless Shane starts doing really shady shit, which he won't, because Shane's is whack as Shane is. He's got a strong moral complex. And I know that or moral compass. I know that's very hard to believe. Take strippers out of the equation. Right. And Shane we all have vices, right?
Yep.
So he's
also made peace with that, and he's been better in not living that lifestyle.
Exactly. And the self-control and discipline that takes. And I know so much about Shane that I want to see him succeed at his pace. I don't want him to stress over it.
Yep.
But I'm here to make sure that he gets you don't need, if Shane reached out to Jared, I would say Jared would show his knife, but early on, like a year and a half ago, when I first started working with Jason Grant, Jason wanted somebody like Jared to look at his knives when they were first starting out, just to give him some feedback. And I got reached out to Jared, and Kara messaged me back with a kind of an a la carte price list.
Yep.
And I was like, this is Jason, this is John. I used to be a big super chatter guy. I was a pay pig for Jared for a while.
Yeah.
I just wanted him to look at it and say, hey man, because he knows Jason.
And I'm not gonna.
No, I know. And again, I respect the fact that Jared never said he was not going to try to be a businessman doing knife content, doing knife products. I mean, he never said he wasn't.
Right.
But I do think that power can corrupt your thought of reality. It can, in the long run, corrode you. But I don't think it has to. Because, see, I was surprised to hear last night that Nick Shabazz, I didn't know he took money for videos. I thought he was just kind of a hobbyist who did it. Because he does so few now.
Well, early on, yeah. That I will say I am fortunate to be in the position I am, that I pick and choose.
Night, Rob.
Pick and choose my battles and pick and choose what I want to do. I don't have to do any of this. I don't have to work with anyone. I get to say yes or no to whether or not I take on jobs or not, which is great. Which gives me the affordability to be picky and say, okay, I want to work with this person. I want to collab with this person. So I can have more control over what I put out. And, I've been fortunate enough, but I've also put in a lot of hard work and a lot of time into making connections, getting to know people,
Learning the craft, dude. You got to give yourself
besides,
credit.
yeah, I'm just talking about the behind the scenes of it.
That's, I think you're probably, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you've probably through your life been a natural networker. Is that not something you've done?
Yeah. I mean, that I had to with what I used to do. So yeah.
Yeah, me too. So the people business is what I always said I was in, right? Even though it was consulting or sales, it's the people business.
I was in, I won't get into that, but I'm super excited to be right now collabing with Brian. I think that's going to be a cool opportunity for both of us, and also for some of his clientele that may get a different side to things. So
I think not only is it great and it's keeping the pressure off you, but it's building not just a network, but alliances that can turn into great business opportunities down the road. Look at how Kevin and Colin got together. I think that was a phone call, wasn't it?
The thing with Brian is, I think there's a mutual respect there, which is a huge.
Y'all share some stuff.
A huge stepping stone, and I'm excited to be able to bring product or service to his products that showcase what they deserve. So,
and I think if you've got an attitude like that you want to help people do better and be the best they can be, it's only going to help you grow just even that much stronger of a business that opens doors for you.
And again, that being fortunate to be able to say yes and no to certain projects. Like, there are certain people that the same thing reach out and be like, no, I don't want to be part of that. But this made sense personally and business wise. So I think the ability for more people, because it alleviates time for him. And that's what he can offer a service by doing the Zerblast and tumble, and not have to spend the time sharpening. Therefore, it alleviates him more time to be doing other things. So it behooves him to be able to use my service to get a fantastic product in more people's hands. So,
and I'll take it one step further. It helps him make his product better because he's honestly admitting that there are people that are better equipped to do part of this process, which is going to improve his process, and it's going to improve.
I mean, he's not like he doesn't know what he's doing, but it's a money is time thing. And if he's got
Right, he
doing other things, then it makes sense.
Right. But those are the kind of I'm thinking about 1931 Leatherworks and the opportunities I think he's got with a lot of these makers that hate sheaths, right? Has Shane worked anymore with this Kydex? Because I've watched enough of Very Good Knife Company. I know I'm jumping around, but I watched enough Very Good Knife Company videos that I could be a sheath making machine. I've only watched like 2 hours of him making sheaths, and I don't think there's much to it. I'm not understanding the struggle.
Well, I think
Do I need to buy him a different press? Because Jacobs looks like a little 8, maybe 9x9, 2 pieces of metal with some black shit in between it.
Yeah, there's some trial and error in practice, but hell, I mean, I don't want to put you out there. I was just gonna say you could do once a week or once every 2 weeks, go down, visit Shane at the shop, and
dude, I do it. I think if he's got an oven down there, I think I could make sheaths. I think I'd enjoy that. I didn't realize, I don't know if you know this, but like he's got 2 knives that have different points, and I always worry, especially like I've got a lot of knives that I've got a drop point and a clip point, and I always feel like I'm gonna get them in the wrong sheath. He uses, like, he's got maybe, I don't know, 12 knife designs, and he might have 8 sheaths. And he was showing how he uses the lighter and his heat gun to make these slight modifications between these knives that you wouldn't think would share the same sheath, and neither of them rattle when he's done with them. He's using a Bic and a heat gun.
Yeah, I've seen it. You showed the video before.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't think the process is hard. I think it's more of a
time.
Yeah, it's putting the time into getting used to it and getting accustomed. And I think he's gotten to the point where he's gotten frustrated and just hasn't put in the time yet.
Well, and again, if he's not seeing the results and he hates that part of it because it's not what he got into it to make sheaths, right? Hey, Mad Yako, did Jack Billings ever send you that Kydex? Wasn't he going to send it to you, or was that somebody else from Shed Knives? I know y'all talked on my live stream when he joined us.
Speaking of which, hey Tyler, did you get your knife in yet? I thought it was supposed to be there today. He got that was a big boy. That was a big knife.
Are you talking about his personal knife, his custom knife?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that has a hole in the.
No, that was that's the one that Shane's finishing. This is the one that he already sent to me to.
Nope, never did. I was going to pay shipping, but never heard from him. From who?
He's talking about
the handle guy?
Kydex.
Oh, okay. No, I never did. I was going to pay shipping, but never heard from him. You want me to reach out, Matt? Let me reach out to him and remind him. I'm sure he's busy. I'm sure he hadn't done anything else with him. I'm not. I'll call Jack. I've got him in my phone. Tell you what I've got to do, and I reached out to Dave Warren today. I guess maybe I should tell you backstage. Maybe it's not ready for primetime consumption.
Yeah, if you're not sure, then just wait.
I'm not sure. I'm not going to say it, but
awesome.
Somebody I really want to help.
Good deal. Good deal, man.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, my Chickadee, that, as y'all know, I'm the VP of the Chickadee Club. I use them quite often. But my Magna Cut, Kyle put the edge on it for Lefty, who I know didn't use it except to clean his fingernails. But it still slices it can be.
And that was an earlier on one too. That wasn't.
Yeah, that was one of your early. You even said you're kind of embarrassed by it.
I mean, it was still good. I mean, I'm not, but I've definitely refined the process now.
And One Moon, that's what it appeared like to me. And I know that Jacob's just got his oven next to his press, and he's got a system that makes it look easy. But just the way he slides the knife down in there, does the taco thing, and the way he does his grommets, because I've reviewed 3 of his knife. My buddy A to Z has another one inbound because he's just gotten addicted to his knives. Have you ever seen one, Kyle, in person?
Which is that? Which one?
Very Good Knife Company.
No, not in person.
All right, I'm gonna send you one. It'll be a while.
Yeah, no worries.
I want you to look at this guy. How I found out about him is Lee Wolf, who used to be in my chat. Lee's been dealing with some health issues. Throw a prayer up for Lee. He'll be back. But he sent me a couple of knives to check out. And one of them was this very good knife company, Tradition Junior. I'd never heard of Very Good Knife Company, but I did it. I reviewed it. I thought it was one of the coolest knives, fixed blades I'd seen just because of the grind. I'm going to show it to you guys and then share it. But a very thin knife, a hollow grind, small, and the one that Ron had Mars Valley carbon fiber handle. So it was one of his upgraded models. His upgraded models, they're not that expensive. The knives are not that expensive. I want to say the upgraded ones are, let's see what we're talking about here in price. This is the one that is coming in for me to review that my buddy bought. $295 for that.
What's the size?
This is 3.75 inch blade overall. Overall weight 7.75. But see a sheath?
Yeah.
He makes a great sheath. I've seen a lot of sheaths, and I think his is probably one of the best. And watching him do it so simply is what blew me away about it. But anyway, when you look at this knife, I'm going to pull up the one that I saw first. So anyway, I reviewed it, sent it back to Ron, and then I reached out to their number just to tell them, if you've got an email, I'd love to share this video with you, and I want to compliment you on a gorgeous knife. Can you see that?
Yep.
Can you see how the grind is taller up here?
Yeah.
Of course, these plunges are absolutely perfect. And he bevels this area right here. See if I can get another view of that. Where you can see it chamfers the word I'm looking for, I think. He chamfers it down. But bottom line is, it was an amazing knife. And he's a young guy. So I reached out, and his wife answered the phone. And she gave me much more information than I would have ever asked for. I was uncomfortable before the end of the conversation because she just opened up to me. It's her and Jacob, and they're 3 or 4 kids. And Jacob, for the last 10 years, has been working with his dad.
Yeah.
Grinding knives. I've told y'all this story, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, they had a huge, just nightmare family thing. And I think, in hindsight being 2020, the dad was possibly holding Jacob back. Because this guy's, I mean, if you've watched any of his videos, it looks effortless. I'm not into this knife right here. I mean, this does nothing for me. But a lineman, if you read about it, it's a specific use knife.
Yeah, that's so useful for what it's designed for.
But don't you think it's cool that he offers so many, and he makes these? He's making them every week. He's not just doing some of them.
Right.
This little mosquito's tiny. That's his smallest little knife. But I'll send you one, Kyle. He's supposed to send me one to review.
You don't need to do that, buddy.
Dude, I want you to check it out. Just check it out. Send it back to me before I send it back to him. I just want you to look at something different. I think you'd appreciate his work.
Yeah, it looks like it does good work.
Yeah, and a really nice guy. I email back and forth with him from time to time. But he's a good cat. The lineman, let me see what the lineman costs. Let's go to store. That Falcon's sexy. Let me find the lineman in here.
Terry, not to be contrarian, but I don't think so, being such a straight plunge like a Spider Cup.
What was the question? I'm not reading it. I'm curious.
I just said something about needs a sharpening choil, and I said, well, being a straight up and down plunge like a Spider Cup, I don't think it did, but unless I couldn't see something that he sees on the screen, which very well might be. So
that's a lineman light. Oh, it's not sharing. I'm not sharing. This is the thinner version of the lineman, but I thought it was going to show me this is one of his premium ones with snakeskin carbon or.
Yeah, he was asking about how much the XL was.
That's the exact knife I reviewed, or one just like that. But the lineman, where did I see the prices on that? I thought it was all
You went
here.
to the very top. Go back to the very top, and then you went to all
Shop?
mods. No, you went
All
to all
models.
mods.
Gotcha.
And then go down to the lineman X.
Lineman. What was the price? I thought it was check the store for lineman in stock, because I don't see a price on here. Do you?
No, not on there. I don't.
And it's on the store somewhere because I saw it. That's a beautiful knife. That's that Falcon Hologron. That one says $275. Okay, so why didn't the lineman have a price up there?
Maybe it wasn't available.
Oh yeah, sold, but it seemed like it was still showing it sold for.
No.
I'm guessing it's going to be under $300, probably under $250. Hold on. Regular tradition.
Terry, what do
$189.
you
Yeah, I
think
think it'll be about $200. So, what happened if I did very good knife company lineman?
Terry, I'm not saying that people don't add them to it, but there's zero reason to add one. You can still get with a stone to that very heel without a problem. So I just don't know why it needs one. I mean, people can do it for sure, but
I'm just seeing price. Well, I'm not seeing the lineman that I was looking at earlier. The lineman light. I'm on the wrong page. What the? Absolute. Okay, here we go. What do we got here? I was in the specials gallery, I think. Maybe it was a signature series. All right. We had a lineman in here. A lineman light. But it's
yeah,
not.
it's pictures though.
Yeah, but it should show us what.
It's a cool looking knife though.
I'm guessing about $200 if you don't get the fancy. The non-fancy are micarta, I think is what he mainly works with. And these fancy ones aren't a lot more. They're not, there might be $100 more, $50 more. And he uses both Nitro V and ADCR V2. And he had one video I watched where he carries a backpack of knives around with him. And they've got all these like marker marks on them. And I guess he's testing for corrosion, for wear. And he prefers and believes in ADCR V2 more than even Nitro V. He says it's his favorite steel. Not just to work with, but to use for his kind of knives. I don't know why that is.
I don't either.
I'm not in a position to argue, but I know a lot of people like, and I know TKL probably does it for cost, but they use ADCR V2 and Nitro V, but or AEBL.
Nitro V is superior in every aspect.
How much more expensive is it?
ADCR V2 or ADCR V2 is one of the dirt cheap steels. I mean, that's possibly why a lot of you see the guys using theirs. I mean, you could get a blank like that for, I don't know, $5-6
Of ADCR V?
Yeah,
And of course, the more you get, the cheaper it's going to be.
for sure.
I'm surprised it doesn't show it on the models. I thought it did because I know I looked through here when I first found out about them because I had to find the price for the Hawk, which is one I reviewed. And I didn't go to the store. It's somewhere here.
Hang on one second, John.
Go ahead, bud. I'm sorry. I'm just.
No, you're good. Terry, I wasn't trying to argue with you, but I just was saying that I guess I didn't understand where you were coming from on that. Because I think adding the choil just makes it, especially on a fixed blade, just gives you potentially more of a snag hazard. But I'm not saying that it isn't more difficult to do it, but it's very doable. But thank you for sharing. I was curious what your take was. So thank you.
That's the worst thing about this Walmart knife or this Amazon knife is if you don't use this choil, if you choke back on it it was impossible for me to cut without getting in that choil.
I will say this. Hang on. That's the worst thing too about trying to communicate via online internet. You don't, like, if you're in chat and you're having a discussion back and forth, sometimes it can come across as argument when it's just purely a, hey, what are your thoughts on something, or vice versa, or
It's the hardest way to communicate, buddy.
Well, it doesn't have a tone inflection. So it, like, Sarah and I were having a conversation the other night one time, and people were like, "Oh, you're arguing." It's like, no, we weren't arguing. We were just having a discussion of, like, hey, what are your thoughts on this? Or I don't agree with this, or, just having a conversation. But that's why I was making sure that I said, hey, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just curious of your opinion. So,
and you can always use the code word new boot goofing.
Yeah. I try to make sure that my thoughts are very articulate.
Well, I think it's good to clarify when you make a point, but I think that's what we need more of, Kyle, is we need more of discussions where we don't have to agree, but we're trying to understand not just the other perspective, but why someone feels the way they do. Not to necessarily change their mind. I'm trying to find that link that was just dropped in there that I wanted to click on, and I can't freaking find it. Hold on.
Hey, Crispy. Okay.
Podcar dropped it. Let me find it over here. I'm in my YouTube trying to find Todd's link here. I think it's just
Terry, I agree. I just don't want it to be seen as being like antagonistic or righteous or talking down to, because that's by not what I'm doing. But
hey, One Moon, you weren't a mod. I just added you as a moderator. So if Shane Wander's in here, he can't put you in timeout, and you can share links. I just saw when I'm looking for this link that Todd shared, because it said something about Kydex. I wanted to go to it and see what it was. Here it is, Sagewood Kydex. Unfortunately, StreamYard hobbles you where you can't click on links and where I'm watching everything from. I like that, except I'm not a belt loop guy. I'm not a dangler guy, but I don't carry big fixed blades like y'all do.
You're not tall enough for a dangler.
No, I'm really, well, a dangler, who was I talking to? A dangler would actually be good for someone with short legs like me, because when I get in the car, it won't jab me. It'll
hit your ankles constantly.
That's true. It would probably scrape up my ankle. Those are cool sheaths. I mean, the Kydex looks great. That looks like almost PVC.
There was a guy that was making sheaths like that, but then he was doing like leather and Kydex combined, but his prices were crazy. I mean, they were great, but they were God, what was the guy's name? Black Bear Kydex holster, Black Bear, I don't something. But his books were always closed because he was always so busy. But they were phenomenal stuff.
Artemis, am I spelling that wrong?
Just try Black Bear.
Hold on, I'm gonna do something. Remember that name, because I'm trying to find something real quick.
Okay.
Because this is where I bought. This is a really nice Kydex company. They're called Artemis, but they make like for popular knives. I bought a sheath for my Tops Crowhawk. Hold on a second. Where is it? Fort Deer accessories. Where was it? I'm not gonna look for it for long. I'm not looking at a bunch of pew holsters. Where are they? All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go real quick. Then I'm gonna search what you told me to search. But hold on.
I'm looking it up right now.
We're gonna go bull trout, Tops, Kydex sheath, because it comes in a leather sheath. For those of you that are wondering.
All right, I put it in the private chat for you.
All right, I'm gonna click on it. All right, I'm not seeing the Artemis. Oh, never mind. We're gonna bail on my stupid quest to show you something that nobody asked to see, and I'm gonna go back to let's check out and see if
What's up, Carco? What's up, Yoda?
Carco. Check something real quick here. Go to there. Go to the private chat. All right, where is it? Damn it. Yes.
Dawson, that sounds like you visited there once or twice.
Oh, ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit?
Mr. Stone, we'll get back to your question in a second.
All right. I'm clicking on it right now. I got sidetracked, which is no surprise to any of y'all, but we're going to go. How do I get to private chat? Top, right? I have to go all the way to the top. God damn it, Daddy. This is not working out the way I remember it. Why can't I find the private chat to click on, dude?
On the right-hand side, next to the chat, at the very bottom right, it says private chat.
The bottom right?
If you're on the right-hand side of your screen.
Which I am. Oh, I see it. I got you on the bottom right. Got you. All right, let's share this. Kydex options is what we're looking for? Or store?
Store, probably.
Yeah. Oh, store's not going to give me much. Let's go back to knife multi-tool. Those are the worst locks ever. Never buy one unless you just want to carry shit on your belt. Heavy.
Yeah, that's some of his work he's done. Tech locks work amazing for what they are, but they're not necessarily
for EDC. I think they're better options. Like that. That's gorgeous, dude.
Yeah, he does some cool stuff.
Like when you say expensive, like $300-400.
I don't think they're quite that bad, but you can get up into the twos pretty quickly with someone, because I mean he does like the leather overlays, he does the doubles, he does like stuff like that.
It looks like it's on a different level, doesn't it?
He does really good work.
I like the small one, so he'll do these custom. I guess that looks like an SE. What do you call it? An SE Azula. Those clips to me are better than Kydex clips. When I was talking to Vossi, I said just use a simple plastic clip because chances are somebody's going to change it out. The best clip I've gotten on an EDC fixed blade, ironically, was a knife that I just recently got from Asher Knives to check out. And it's only because, it's not going to show me anymore.
There was a spot where you showed there's different holsters.
I'm going to look at the Kydex options. Oh, like the gun holsters?
No, well, just even the sheaths as well, too. There was...
Maybe it's under Kydex. Something weird's happening with my Kydex option. Let's see what that shows. Oh, that's just colors.
Yeah.
Patterns, textures, more pictures.
He does the quarter overlays, the leather overlays, the gator. That's badass.
I mean, dude, it's gorgeous. So the Kydex is giving you the retention and the leather's giving you the swag.
Yeah.
What do we got here? Special features, multi-knife systems, carry option. Firearm, don't want that. I clicked on the wrong thing.
Now you go to the custom option and see what's on there.
Custom orders just as a form.
No, where you were before the last page.
Oh.
Custom option, see if it says anything else. No,
pull down is
go down below.
Janky. Right here?
No, right where you're at, just scroll down below towards the bottom. See what all's down there.
Multi-knife systems.
No, on the screen. Just
oh,
there's nothing there. Okay. That's why I was asking.
Just a little fill out thing. Let's go to their Instagram. Did y'all go with me to Instagram or did I leave y'all back there? Y'all left y'all back there. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
I don't know why you have to do that. Go back and it's like y'all would just come along. Oh, there you go. Is that leather under that Kydex or is that just paint? It looks like paint.
Yeah.
But the Kydex looks very well done. Oh, yeah. Guardian 3.5. Leather over Kydex with reptile skin inlay. So this is actually black leather over the Kydex.
Yep.
With the inlay. Oh, yeah, that would. I love a good sheath. You know, it's hard when you buy a knife and then take the time to buy a sheath. I know if you do it like Kyle does, send it to Lancelot where the end user gets it, it's ready. That's the way to do it.
Go up a little bit on the right-hand side, right there. Yeah, those are gorgeous.
So those are leather-coated Kydex?
Yeah.
Wow, dude. Yeah, I mean, there's so many talented people. And I can't help but think that all these people have to work their ass off to make a living, to make ends meet, which is just, to me, criminal.
Those are cool, too, the chest rig and shoulder rigs.
Yeah, that was at about a 10-inch. No, right, 7. Does that mean it's a 7-incher?
I'm not all that.
Look at that bad boy.
Hip on those. Yeah, those are cool.
That reminds me of what I was going to buy and wear to Friday Night Flicks, but I can't get it here in time. And I don't think y'all see the humor in it, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. Since I get grief, I figured I would just push the envelope of being tacky. And looking at that made me think I was going to get this. And I still might, just because fuck it. I like it. To wear on streams.
Jesus.
I just don't know if I want that one or that one. Look how big this motherfucker is, dude.
How about you just send me $50 and I kick you in the nuts and call it even?
I find them funny, dude. I'm sorry. I just think it's funny. It's just a poke of fun at yourself. I wouldn't do it, but I thought it was funny. I was scrolling on Amazon and for some reason they suggested it to me. And I thought maybe my life's turning around, man. Maybe Amazon knows something I don't know.
Javon, you had a question up here above. Let me pull it up here for you. Here we go. I'm going to put it on the screen. There you go.
It does not come with an ulti-clip. It comes with these little half. They're great clips. I mean, like I told you at Vostede, you don't have to spend. They probably get these for next to nothing, but they could just do a regular clip. But I put the ulti clip on because, again, this is a really small knife. This is smaller. This is about the size of a mini bug out. So it's a great pocket dropper. And I don't carry my fixed blades on my belt. Rarely do I carry my fixed blades on my belt. I carry my micro Canadian on my belt. But it comes with one of these. Let me show you guys something real quick. Let me pull this up on my email. Won't take but a second. Because they've also got a sheep's foot that looks pretty cool. And they're between 44 in D2, 56 in AEBL, and then 59 in 14C. I don't know why they're doing different blade types, but it's the coolest production little knife guy knife, which is me, that I've seen. Let me share this with you. This will show you all of them that launched today or dropped today, whatever you want to call it. Let's see where is it? Where is it, damn it? All right. There we go. So if you can see here, they've got a 14. This is the drop point, like the regular drop bear. You got 2 in D2 and 1 in 14C. And then you've got this sheep's foot and this clip point in AEBL. But they're super small. And I don't know if you saw, Kyle, what I was showing earlier. They come with a toothpick.
Yeah, I saw that.
a metal toothpick, which just makes my teeth grind thinking about it.
And don't use that. That's bad for them.
No, that's horrible.
I don't understand the whole, I guess, the hype behind the drop bear. I never really thought it was all that interesting.
I think what I can say about it, because I've tried one. I've got one here, an aluminum one, and I was very late to the drop bear game. I didn't try it when they were hyped. I never, because to me it just looked like a knife. It didn't have anything that excited me. But it's a very well done bar lock. You know, it's like going after that bug out market, right? Just a good knife, and I think people kind of agree. I'm not a bar lock fan because I'm a detent guy, but bar lock's probably the best lock for EDC, wouldn't you say? Or up there in terms of the most reliable? Or no?
I don't know. I'm not a bar lock fan at all, but
Well, I'm not either, but from a lockup standpoint, do you understand that? I don't. I've just heard from people
there's a difference between the crossbar lock and like a ball lock like the Mannix.
Right. Totally different. I'm talking about your bar locks, your clutch locks, like the Axis lock, where you've got the little bar that is on Omega springs that slides into that cut in the blade.
I'll tell
I
you
just
what,
don't see how that would fail when it
I
was engaged.
I don't like bar locks at all, except for because, like you said, there's zero engagement as far as like a feeling of a detent. But
Right.
I'd say I handled a custom from a company, a US made company that actually felt snappy. It felt like a damn strong detent. It was great. And I guess he's reasonably price point. I haven't looked into all the stuff, but I think it's probably in the $400 to $500 range. He makes some pretty cool stuff.
That is cool. And
Let me
drop bears come with extra springs, but they're the same tension. What the drop bear did that was revolutionary, that I noticed that who was it? I saw Geoknife did it too. They put inside, if you've ever replaced Axis springs, and to your question, One Moon, I have never had a set fail. Now, I don't use my knives every day the same knife, but I've never had a set of Omega springs fail. But what Drop Bear did is where those Omega springs clip into the frame, you got a little place where there's a hole in the liner that the spring goes in, and then it loops over that little bar, and that's what fixes it against the liner. And then when you put the scale on, that sandwiches it between the liner and the scale. The Drop Bear has 5 little holes instead of just 1. So all Kaiser clutch locks have 5 little holes instead of 1. So you can tweak that Omega spring, pull it closer together and stick it in a hole, and you're going to have a tighter detent and a faster drop. But it's going to be harder to deploy. So what's sad to me, and again, I don't know anything about, I mean, I can understand if Benchmade's doing all the knives they can make, why would they change anything? They laugh at us probably. But the Axis lock, when I first got into knives, the 940 was my first grail. I had to have that knife. I loved the way it felt. Down the road, I got a Doug Ritter, RK2, MK1, whatever the fuck that's called, Ritter Hogue, and was amazed at how much smoother their Axis lock was and how much more thick their little liners were. I just thought it was a better knife than the Grip Killing.
How do I share a picture on here?
Do you have the picture open on your screen?
I can't. I mean, I can, but I've got.
You want to open the picture just so you've got it open on your screen.
Okay, it'll be on a separate thing, but yeah, let me.
And then you want to hit present.
Okay.
Well, they've changed this now. So you can now go share screen, and you can go to the window and it'll show your picture as one of the windows.
Where's share screen at? I see presenter invite.
Yep, present and share screen. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And then just go share screen window.
Invite. It says image file. I can put an image there. Let me.
That I think you might be able to download. Let's see. Yeah, you can now. You can just attach your file to it.
Okay,
That's new. That's a new feature that came up last week. I noticed that. shaft lock. While Kyle looks for that, we need a little quick action break just to wake everybody up. Get a little action.
All right, there we go. I added that. So that is the knife I was talking about.
What is that? That's bar lock that you were talking about, the custom?
Yeah, it's a Vulcan custom.
So that's a little hawk billy. Would you call that a hawk bill that you would have to sharpen with a special stone?
It wasn't that deep. It could use regular stones on that one. It wasn't that deep.
It's like a full size knife.
Yeah, I mean it's close to 8 inches. Yeah, that thing is pretty awesome though. I was very, very, very impressed. So,
That's gorgeous, dude.
that's
Who
all.
makes that?
It's called Vulcan Customs.
Vulcan Customs. Was Scotch talking about that last night? Were y'all talking about Vulcan Customs last night?
I don't think so.
Did I watch that? Okay. Lower the volume on your little side quest. I need to. I'm sorry, dude. I've got it over here. And what's funny is since they're all old commercials, the dang things have different volumes, which suck. My favorite's the Crazy Ladies. Man, I miss my ex-wife.
No comment.
Now, when Kyle was on here with me earlier, like we had a knife maker on here. Got one hawk bill. I've got one little hawk bill. It's pretty mild, but I just bought a ceramic rod. But Kyle and David, probably one of my most epic DM conversations when I was entering my hate arc and I pulled up right before the plane hit the ground.
Shouldn't have.
You think you can do, you say this is pretty much a stone guy, right?
Yeah, that's fine with the stone.
You're real quiet. Oh, I turned you down. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine with the stone. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Like a regular size stone, or would you have to use a smaller one?
Probably you can get away with the regular on that, but
Let me.
that's not that deep.
No, that's what I was going to say. I was going to put something flat up against it. Watch it. Where did my...
Yeah, that's regular stone all day.
So wait, on your deeper ones, you're just looking to where if your stone's not making consistent, if it's not hitting the blade at all the same time, you're going to have problems, right?
Yeah, so if I don't have a hawkbill here, but the basic premise is, so if I've got...
That's who I was talking to, One Moon. Thank you. That's exactly who was mentioning Vulcan knives.
If you're... Let me see if I can do it this way. If you're putting this on here and you're going to touch the... Get the camera right. If you can touch the blade to the stone, and
it's not giving you any air gaps that you can see through there, right?
Right. If you've got a deeper recurve, then you would use something like this, which is a 1/2 inch stone.
Right, which
So
would be
that way-
ideal.
It's closer, yeah. But on a 1 inch stone, for if it's not crazy, then you'd be fine.
Those chicks screaming in a loop overnight for research purposes. I saw that on another stream that I watched. It's not a knife content channel, but he throws up weird little things like that when people do something stupid. And that's I had a girlfriend who was a fiance in college, and we never got married, but we're still good friends. She married a good friend of mine, but She graduated. I was still in college. She came back to go to graduate school. We were living together for like 3 years. We were going to get married. And so she was from Atlanta. I was from Huntsville. She wanted to go on an outward bound trip. Do y'all know what those are? Where you go out in the woods on the Appalachian trails and you live off bugs and dirt for like a month.
That sounds miserable.
It is. Basically, it's to break you down and then build you back up, right? So needless to say, she was gone for a month. I had my dog, and they were our dogs, and her chow, my chow, and a little toy poodle. So I had to move out, because I just got out of college, out to our cabin out at the lake, and I was living out there. And I met this 18-year-old just by happenstance. My buddy was dating her friend, and that got weird. But anyway, when my friend got back, my fiance at the time, she was a totally different person. I mean, totally different. That place, like that camp that those ladies are at, those rage camps, I don't think those are good for their spouses. I don't think they're good. Now, they might be good for some female bonding, but there seemed to be a lot of anger being let out there.
Trips like that are what end up with couples going on van rides across the country and ending up with single occupant coming back.
Yeah, I mean, marriage is tough enough, right? It's just, it was for me, so much so that I'm not getting back in that game. 1 Million's going to have to reprofile the tippy tip of his Trisco. If you need to send it out.
I like those Derricos. How do you like it? That's a cool looking knife.
Yeah, that's funny. The chick that I was engaged to, we had 1999, the Omni, when it was still there, Atlanta, Georgia, the second of 3 Dead shows, spring tour, 1990. We're sitting there with big balloons full of nitrous oxide, 2:00 in the afternoon. She was from Atlanta, so it was her hometown. It wasn't mine. Which you don't want to go to Grateful Dead concerts in your hometown. That's a no-no for me. But all of a sudden, I heard this balloon, because you get it in a big balloon. I heard it just going. And about that time, I looked, and she fell off the curb and banged her head. Well, she had a bump on her head. I'll give her that. I looked at it. I put some ice on it. And she kept wanting to go to the hospital. There was no need to go to the hospital. I'm not a doctor, but she had a bump on her head. If she had a concussion, as long as I didn't let her fall asleep, which the LSD she was on would not have let her fall asleep. It was why she wanted to go to the hospital, call her dad, which I was not going to have happen. Stay away from women.
Well,
Women
the first flag was that she was at a Dead show.
No, well, I'm kind of responsible for that. I kind of got her onto that. Kyle, I did between 1987 and 1995. I saw 63 Grateful Dead concerts from San Francisco, Landover, Maryland, Hampton, Virginia, several stays in Atlanta, Denver, Alpine Valley, Wisconsin, Buckeye Lake Amphitheater, Ohio. That's how we would take like a couple of days off of college and just go catch shows. It was just bizarre. But that was the 80s, right? It was, and the Dead weren't an 80s band. That was a bunch of, I look at my daughter getting corrupted in college. I was getting corrupted in college by professors. There's a liberal arts speak. I was in a liberal arts school. So I would have teachers let me go to Dead shows and make up tests. They thought that was cool. But for us, it was kind of like our Jack Kerouac thing. My dad never wanted me to go, and it was an adventure. I mean, we met cool people. I'd bump into people I went to high school with walking in a lot in San Francisco, California. I bumped into 2 guys that I graduated high school with. I didn't even know they were Deadheads, and I met them in San Francisco. But yeah, it was you can't like the Grateful Dead. I don't think you can, I guess. I know a lot of people hate them, kind of like I don't like Fish, but I've never seen Fish live. And I know for a fact that all my college buddies were trying to play Grateful Dead music for me before I went, and I was not a player. I did not like it, didn't care for it. It didn't resonate with me. See, something about seeing them live did. I mean, it clicked me the first time. But I'm an easily influenceable, weak individual. I was much weaker then because that's before I'd turned old enough to not give a fuck. Plus, I enjoyed my my psychic rides.
Yeah, that's not my jam.
No, and I can for me, I look at the things that were bad for me, and it comes back to alcohol because that's where all my inhibitions. But just because I couldn't stop when I started, right? I would drink, I would pocket metal every night, pretty much. Except, unlike him, his candle went out last night. With me, I would be like somebody would wind me up. My candle would go out. I'd be in full blackout, but I would continue to function where people did not know I was blacked out for hours. I was a mess, dude.
Yep.
An absolute mess.
Same.
I don't miss it.
I went hard for a few years and then woke up to the realization that you can't live your life like this and just quit.
Mine was a harder path to get to that realization. But I learned from my therapist that a lot of my early drug use, which was just weed and alcohol, was a way for me to cover or mask my symptoms of being uncomfortable in my skin with all the different psychological stuff that I wasn't dealing with. Because when I was a kid, I was 2 and I was diagnosed with hyperactivity disorder. And my mom said they tried me on what the doctor wanted me to be on. God knows what that was. And it made me more hyper. So they just took me off of it. So I think for me, alcohol was a social lubricant that made me feel normal. Where I don't think everybody's like that. I think for me, it was such a breakthrough drug that the drugs that followed it, with the exception of a couple of substances, Alvia being one of those, were not come back to drugs. Everything else was a win for me because I was a weak individual who's just looking to self-medicate because I wasn't having a doctor give me what I needed. Which I don't think they ever get you what you need.
Yeah, I didn't how do I phrase this? I didn't drink for a long period of time, but I drank a lot for a short period of time in a few years, and I just went hog wild and then realized I had to be done. I couldn't maintain a career and everything else. So,
well, you were smart enough to know that you were probably wired similarly to people who, once you started drinking, you were wise enough to realize this is something that could become a problem for me. Where a lot of people,
oh no, it was a problem, but that's why I had to like I couldn't continue to I wouldn't be able to hold down my job, my career, if I was going to keep up to the point where, because at the time I was 21, 22, and I was working 70 hours a week, and I was going out every night drinking.
You had to blow off the stress though, probably, if you're working those kind of hours. It's probably
but yeah, there's sometimes I come home, literally get a bite to eat, take a shower, and get up and go to work. Like I never went to bed. Like, and you know, I one morning that really hit me was I was trying to unlock the doors to get into the shop, and I had the kids there that were working for me, and I kept trying to put my key in the door, and I just hit the door and sliding down, falling down. And they had to
you're just out of it.
Oh, I was just drunk. And so they had to unlock the fucking doors and pick me up and get me in there. So like, I just realized like, I can't do this, and my career is more important. So this is my dream. So therefore I'm going to take that. So I just literally quit drinking cold turkey.
Hey, that's a great story.
I quit I was 20. let's see, 22. Yeah, 22 was when I quit.
Yeah, I was definitely I was more of a drug addict than an alcoholic. It's when I quit drugs that I realized that I was an alcoholic. It's a drug. It's just whatever you want to call it. But I never had consequences. So I held down professional white collar jobs the whole time. The only time people would get wise on me is if I happened to be not using, like withdrawing or something. I would have to not go to work, or it would be really sketchy. But there were a lot of times, like when I first got out of college, my first job outside of just playing bars as a musician was working in the car business. Well, in the car business, you run into a lot of seedy shit. I think that's where I really developed a taste for Coke. But, when you go to work, as I got older, different jobs, real estate, stuff like that, you work, you go out, you drink with your friends. And for me, that would lead me to buy something that would keep me up all night. So I went into work in a coat and tie many times without having any sleep and being just janked out, which is a horrible feeling. And I don't miss those feelings. I do say, for me, I think sobriety is kind of overrated because, yes, my life's become more manageable, but I enjoyed drinking. And it's the disease. I don't really think it's a disease, but I'll call it a disease. It tells you that you could probably get by with drinking, learning what you've learned about how much trouble it got into. But I've seen too many people say it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, see, that was the thing for me. Like, I couldn't sit there and enjoy one. If I had one, it was going to turn into 16. And
that's how I was. I could not stop it. I can remember as I was finishing my second Crown and Coke, every time I drank, that's when I felt my best. If I could stay at 2 or 3 Crown and Cokes and then drink water and then drink another Crown and Coke, but I couldn't stop, man. I would just drink. And I could outdrink a lot of people. That's the whole thing. I could continue to function.
I said this Sunday night on Shane's, I think, because when I was talking about it, but one of the last nights I drank, I realized, I'm like, this is a freaking problem. We weren't even going out. We were sitting at my house playing PlayStation. It was me and my buddy. And between the two of us, we finished off 2 fists of beam and 52 beers between 2 of us.
God, dude, that is hardcore.
And to me, there's a
day. That was a whole day.
No, that was a night. That was between when I got home from work and before we went to bed. Before I passed out. Yeah. So I was to the point where I'm just like, I can't do this. And I the first, 6 months, 8 months was a little rough. I didn't want to hang out with buddies because they were going to bars and that kind of stuff. But after that, I had no desire. I don't miss taste. I don't miss any of that stuff. And then it's, as the older you get and the more you see people acting stupid when they're drunk and sloppy, it's like I have zero tolerance, zero desire to take part in any of that stuff.
Well, and if you ever really struggle with it, you feel like shit regardless of how productive you are. And something about not waking up feeling like shit, not having to cover lies about shit. There was just so much that for me, I don't miss it all. Sobriety's because that was the hardest pill, because I did AA. I never did rehab, but I did do AA at the suggestion of my therapist. And that was very helpful for me. But they're real judgmental too, right? So the reason I went to AA is because I got tested when I was going to marriage counseling by my psychologist for ADHD. And when they got me diagnosed, they asked if I was still using drugs. And I said, no, but I still drink. And he goes, if you want this ADHD treatment to work, which I think was bullshit, but you really don't need to be doing other medications or alcohol. I think you need to go to AA. I said, but I'm not an alcoholic. I'm an addict. He goes, you don't want to go to Narcotics Anonymous because you're just going to get hooked up with dealers. That's the way that program works. So I went to AA and it worked out great for me. And about 3 months in, I lost the desire, because at first I was still a board director at the pool and we'd have to do cookouts with beer. And I didn't like being around that shit because I still felt like I could get triggered. But after about 3 months, when I'd started dating that girl well over a year after I'd gotten sober, but we'd go to bars. I'd buy her drinks. I'd get a ginger ale. Never take it out of my hand. I'd never take the chance of picking up a drink. But because for me, it wouldn't be that one drink would drive me off the edge. One drink would say, well, you no longer have 10 years of sobriety. Why not have a couple of drinks? Why not see if your
Right.
flawed theory will work, that you can now drink like a responsible human, like you never could.
I just didn't. I had a lot of temptations because, I mean, the career I was in, that was always around and that was prevalent. But I'm like, I thought it'd be better for me. And I'm always the type that if I do something, I go hardcore. So like, I was like, I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit completely. And I didn't go to AA, but it was just by willpower of me being able to do it. A lot of people can't do that. They need support systems like that. And you still had the goal that was outside of just falling in the bottle. You could see where it was leading you, which is great insight that a lot of people don't have or realize. Did you have it in your family? You don't have to be specific. No, not at all. Because I mean, like growing up, my parents would have like maybe 1 or 2 drinks a year, like at a function or something like that. But it was never around.
I kind of wish, like, I don't go out socially. Like, I don't go, since I'm not dating anybody right now, I don't go do social stuff. But I think a drink, not beer, because I hated beer, but a glass of wine or a drink would be good every now and then. But I know that breaks this kind of fake period of no alcohol that I've acquired, and even though I don't go to meetings, I go every year to pick up a chip, but I feel like I let myself down and those people down. I've made it almost 10 years.
No, it's because here's the thing, John. It's about you, and you're not necessarily, I know it sounds greedy and selfish, but you didn't use that as a crutch where you had to go. So therefore you don't need to be there to do that as a big brother. Like I never went to that. I'm supportive of people who go that route. I think it's probably healthier and better for people, but I'm not going to push that on them. I mean, it's their choice to live their life the way they want,
and that's exactly what you want.
I think a lot of issues in the world come from the masking of issues by coping with drugs or alcohol.
I think you're exactly right. And I think for a long time, and if you look at how the pharmaceutical industry works, and you look at how the 30s, 40s, 50s, because mental illness, I don't think is something that's new. Used to be.
It's exacerbated now, though.
Sure, absolutely. Because again, it leads to more pharmaceuticals, right? I'm always under the impression that nobody wants to cure diseases; they just want to treat them.
Of course.
But with drug addiction, I think there's always, my psychologist says there's almost an 80% chance of some mental health element. Not for people that recreationally use. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who become dependent, that are hiding from something. Because that's basically what it was for me. It was a warm blanket to make me feel better in my skin, if you reduce it to the ridiculous. Because after the first couple of years, I was no longer getting feeling off it. I was just feeling normal off of it.
Well, everybody handles stress different ways. And it's a matter of figuring out how you can handle that, and like everyone's wired differently. But I will say that masking it just makes things worse because it doesn't go away.
It'll never make it anything but worse. You're exactly right. It'll never, ever fix it. Because there's always underlying issues. I mean, I can remember that old thing people used to say when I was going through a divorce, that the person you choose to marry is responsible for 90% of your happiness or 90% of your misery. I totally don't agree with that. I think I'm the only person responsible for my happiness is me. If I can't be happy with me, how can I be happy or a worthy person to be or share love with anybody else, right? So it all is kind of a personal growth quest, kind of like a hike. That's why I call my whole life journey a hike, because life's a hike. I've taken some weird trails, but I wouldn't change it because I think I learned something from it. I think it was part of my destiny.
Here's the big thing that people don't realize, and this may come across as less than empathetic, but people aren't dealt the same hand, and that's okay because not everyone is meant to be able, you're dealt what you can handle and what you can cope with. Some people aren't meant to deal with more, but some people are. And that doesn't give you a reason to be victimized over things. You can still create and do whatever you want with whatever you had.
And you can overcome anything, because people lower than any of us have overcome.
Yeah, there's zero reason to place blame or to fall to woe's me versus whatever you had to deal with. It's how you react to it and how you deal with it that makes you the person that you are.
And I know, and I had those conversations with myself, dude. And sometimes it's just like maddening. I know what I need to do. I know what I should do. It's just a matter of getting that start. Getting started. I mean, whether it's creative constipation or calling the insurance company to fight with them about getting me a body shop. I mean, it's little things like that that I just avoid. I procrastinate to a fault.
I mean, no one's perfect. I mean, everyone. I mean, I'm not sitting here trying to preach to anybody, because I mean,
no. But I think
I got
what
plenty
you're
of
saying
issues.
is spot on. I think,
but it's baby steps. The more you can make an effort, the easier things get.
And one thing I learned, and I don't practice it, I should give myself more credit for it, or try to at least adhere to it, is just have tomorrow be better, be a better person tomorrow than you are. Even if it's just the slightest thing. Just try to evolve in a good way. But you know, it's there are up days, there are down days. But debate is better than hate. And last night, I don't know how many people I lost, how many subscribers I lost, but I thought that was a blast. I mean, I thought that was just hilarious. I went back and watched it, and I can't find the part. I wonder if he cut it out where Pocket Metal, I don't know if you remember, but he came back on camera for like 45 seconds and just had this really weird look, kind of like he was possessed, and then he went away and never came back.
Yeah, he was holding his head. It looked like he was about ready to puke.
I don't think he got sick. I think he just went to sleep.
No, I'm just saying. I said that's what it looked like. I don't know what he did or not, but just that
Can
was.
you imagine? I mean, I look back at my hardest running days. I would not drink 3/4 of a liter. I mean, I might if I was partying with people, but not. I would be hammered, because again, when he was feeling it, those shots that he was taking weren't getting in his system for another 45 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I remember like some of my heavier days, like, you know, like the last day of school, you would always go out that night. It was always like it was a middle of the week, like a Wednesday or Thursday or something. And you go out with your friends afterwards and celebrate being graduating or whatever. Right. And I remember we went to a party, and on the way there, we smoked 2 J's, and we got there, and I killed a bottle of Rumplements in the time before it got broken up, and the cops got there like a little over an hour after the party started. And I remember walking out and handing the bottle to the empty bottle to the cops, and then I didn't drive, obviously, but like, you know, to kill a full bottle of 100 proof.
It hadn't all hit you by this time, had it?
Or had you had? No, I was feeling it some, because I was also smoking too. But like the ability to have tolerance a lot of times too is depending upon how often and how regularly you push that.
Correct. I agree with that.
But it's that I'm not saying that proudly either. That was ridiculous. But that
was your story.
Yeah, I mean that's something that's very feasible. And sadly, I mean, hell, I had a buddy that was a phenomenal baseball player, and he very well could have. I mean, I don't want to overhype it, but he very well could have gone D1 and or potentially get drafted. But he had a lot of home issues, and I remember senior year, he was actually getting up in the mornings and drinking a 5th of Jack before he went to school.
Yes, and when you get to those type of levels, your body, alcohol is one of the few substances that withdrawal can kill you from. But if you're starting your day like that, it's unfortunately, like I kicked my major pain pill addiction without going to rehab. Just made me sick for a month. It was horrible. But alcohol, I would have had help. You can't just detox on alcohol or on Xanax. They're both, you have seizures and die. But did he survive, or is he?
Yeah, he did. But it took a while. It took the process of growing up and a couple of failed job opportunities and some things outside of school that, and some family.
Basically derailed his life from where it was going.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could have been a lot worse. I mean, I think I graduated with like 3 kids who had died from drinking and driving. The one was horrible. Was a kid that I used to play sports with. His girlfriend was driving because they'd went to a party. He was too drunk to drive, so she was driving home, and animal. They were out in the country roads, and an animal ran out in front of the car, and she swerved and ended up going off in the ditch and hitting a pole, and they got trapped in the car. But during the process, it ended up decapitating him, and she was stuck there with her boyfriend decapitated in the car.
Oh God.
She was seriously mentally fucked up for quite a few years.
Oh, we all had those stories in high school, and the ones that didn't survive, it was tragic, but the ones that were driving that did. I'm still friends with the guy who's now in his 50s. He was in a wreck in 1983, 84, and a kid got killed, and he lives with it every day.
Yep.
And I was lucky. I consider myself blessed. I put myself in that position so many times, it's shameful. But it's just.
Yeah, another one was my junior year in high school. We were, it was the weekend that my grandpa was being buried. He died. And that whole weekend I was just fucking hammered because I was trying to deal with shit because I was super close to him. He's that one that actually got me into golf and everything else. And the Saturday night we were I went with some buddies to another party out in the middle of nowhere, and was drinking, got drunk, met some cool dude there. We were in there chit chatting or whatever, and he was like, he knew one of my other buddies, and he was like, all right, well, we're leaving, we're out of here. And then so we left later. I got home, and then like, I don't know, 45 minutes later, I started hearing all kinds of sirens and shit. And he was driving back the back roads about 1.5 miles from my house, and he fell asleep at the wheel. And he was like one of those little Geos, whatever, Geo Metro, Geo, I don't remember, one of the little small cars.
3-cylinder.
Yeah, he ended up falling asleep and just basically planted his foot to the floor and flew off the road and got stuck in a telephone pole about 6 feet in the air, just died on impact. Well, I didn't realize it, but he was from the town over, and he was going back home that way to the back roads. Well, the next day at the funeral, my cousin was there, who's from that town over, and he was 2 years older than me, and that was one of his best friends.
Dang, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if they did it when y'all were in high school, because y'all are younger than me, but we would be in like sophomore class before we got our licenses. We'd be in an assembly, and they say, look to your left, look to your right. 8 of 10 of you will survive. I mean, something like that. It was this weird stat of drunk driving stuff, and it came true. I mean, it happened to a lot of people.
Scare tactics, but yeah, it definitely, it's a bad deal.
Dude, crazy shit. Like, we had a guy, a cool kid. He was 2 years younger than me. I dated one of his sisters. Blind-headed, blue-eyed, just cool kid. Really nice. And they were out with a chaperone when he was a freshman in high school in a 15-passenger van on 4th of July. And they were throwing firecrackers out the window. And somehow a firecracker, he was in the very back, flew back and got in his bag of fireworks, dude. And he fucking burned to death in that van with people trying to put him out. Because it was such a localized fire. Terrible. Yeah. Tragic. And then I had a dude that, because I think alcohol can seek out people indiscriminately. This one guy went to school with, straight A student, Eagle Scout, got a law degree, but didn't want to practice law, so started an investment company. Seemed like he had his shit together, would never smoke weed, but always liked his beer. He was a beer drinker. Well, unbeknownst to any of us, had a really bad drinking problem, vodka and stuff. And I saw him in a restaurant. It's been 8-9 years since he died, but he was almost green. And he said he'd eaten some bad oysters. And it turned out that he was in fucking liver failure, dude. He died like 2 weeks later. And his mom wouldn't let anybody go up there because they're old Huntsville elite. And they thought it would bring shame to their family or some shit. It was weird.
I had a couple weird things. I had 2 kids I went to school with that while we were in high school died of cancer. Then another one he got accused of SA to a little step sibling that wasn't right. Came out later that it was false accusation, but he ended up having a standoff with the cops and ended up going out that way.
Oh no.
And then there was another kid that she came home from school, found her dad had offed himself. Yeah, I'll just leave it. Offed himself. Well, she decided that she couldn't take it, so she put herself up from the ceiling fan, and then her mom had to come home and see both of that.
Just
crazy shit, man.
And when you look at stuff like that, because like I feel like I'm kind of in a shitty place, but I'm really not. I mean, I'm blessed. Because yeah, dude, it's life's not for pussies.
And here's the thing too, life's not fair. Life is not meant to be the same for everybody. It's how you deal with it, and that it sucks, but that sometimes you have to get to that realization that you just gotta suck it up and figure out how to make it the best that you can.
If you quit coping and you can come to that realization that life's not fair, it's just like coming to the conclusion that I can't drink anymore because I'm a fucking alcoholic or whatever you want to call yourself.
Right.
It's an absolute truth, and you've got to work around it. Navigate the rocks. Find your way. Because like I look at people.
Sorry, Dawson.
That are super talented, right? So I mean, there's something for everybody. You just got to find it.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, everyone wants what they want, but that doesn't mean that's what they're meant to do or what they're good at.
No, and a lot of times, I think society, I know when I was young, probably when you guys were too, society prepares you for not reality, really. At least when I was in school, it was go to college, get a job, work at a company, retire. And that's what in reality, by the time the workforce started to play out, right? You were going to be at 3 or 4 companies just because of attrition.
Well, there's not only that, but the problem nowadays is social media is the downfall of our society, because you see snapshots of people living their life, but it's only what they want to put out. It's the best portion of their life. You don't see all the bad stuff. Right. And a lot of times it's a front to just make them feel better. And hey, I get clicks, so this makes me feel better.
I got to get likes or I feel empty.
It's an endorphin rush, but you don't know what that person goes through, what they struggle with. And you only see the good things and you think that person is perfect. No one's perfect.
Well, you start thinking, because you're only seeing people's good times. And if you're in a depressed state, you're thinking everybody's living it up. And here I am settling in my shit, and it's not like that at all.
And or you don't know what they went through to get to that portion of life. So yeah, that person may be rich, but why do you hate the rich when you don't know what that person went through to get to that point, or how they worked their ass off to get to that? Like there's so much negativity with social media that it fuels. Like that's why I got a Facebook, because I was tired of the shit. I was like, I don't care. I don't need to sit here. I was never one that posts stuff. I don't need to sit here and tell you what I'm doing. Same thing with Twitter. I don't need to tell you what I'm doing every 5 minutes. And I don't care what you're doing every 5 minutes. If I want to keep in touch with you, I'll keep in touch with you. Like, I totally think that it's a downfall of society. And I'll just leave it at that.
Being the dad of a 24-year-old who was raised on that shit, just the complexes that she grew up with, and we didn't give her free access to that stuff. But there's so much. Think about what kids 10 years ago or now have access to.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you can get on social media and see everything from basically corn to
People getting killed, hit by
exactly,
cars.
exactly. And people are, and some of these parents who don't give a shit are letting 10, 12, 13-year-olds see this stuff. And
Yeah,
what
it's,
that does to a brain is unreal. And then the fact that these kids could have to sit there and they idolize these people because they're cool, they're popular, and they try to.
It's clout. They've got, it's that fake clout of thinking they've got a bigger platform.
Not only that, but they start comparing themselves, and if they're not good enough, they get complexes. Or we didn't have that. We didn't. I mean, we had idols, they're sports stars or whatever, but like
musicians. But yeah, we didn't have access to them 24/7.
You weren't part of their life.
Yeah, it's like I said, I'm glad I graduated high school a long time ago, 85. We didn't have cell phones, much less computers. But if we did, I'd have fucking digital records because I'm an idiot of all the crazy shit I've done. I'm so glad I don't have that out there.
Well, no, yeah, not only that, but then you look at the society now and the acceptance of degeneracy and debauchery and all this other stuff. And it's solely from the fact of, one, parents not willing to do their job and being parents, and two, the access of social media and the internet.
Decentralization, or what, desensitization of all that's debaucherous and wrong. It normalizes it.
Well, and then the whole, the morality of and lines get blurred and crossed, and things get accepted. That you look at, we didn't have some of these problems that we had 40 years ago that we have now, and it's solely from the fact of lack of parenting and and overexposure to information.
And I think you hit on something earlier, and there's a lot chemical reactions in the brain are what make us human, and dopamine is a very powerful mood enhancer. So if you're posting for that affirmation and you're not getting the likes that you think you should get, or you're getting the likes, you're basically conditioning your brain to need that stimulus. And it just continues to build and build and build, and it never ends up anywhere good. It doesn't end up anywhere good for the top creators.
No, you're becoming
$1 million a month.
You're becoming Pavlov's dog, and the only person ringing that bell is social media.
Correct. And if it's part of a simulation, that's the best part, because it's just words on a screen. It's intense, guys. Yeah, humans being human. Oh God, One Moon. If there were cameras back in the day, I don't think the statute of limitations would have taken my blues away.
No. I learned something, and this sounds crazy because I learned this probably within the last year, maybe, about statute of limitations. You know that the statute of limitations doesn't start until whatever said crime becomes public. So even
if the victim has not come forward,
and it happens 40 years ago,
years later, they come forward,
then it starts. That's when the limitations start.
Is that national or is that state to state?
I believe that's federal.
I'm curious because that's because I've heard, I'm trying to think in which cases that it was too long for them to wait. Statute of, I know this is fascinating content for the 12 of y'all that are still here. Time for initially in a civil criminal after a cause of action arises, preventing claims from being brought indefinitely. Here's more. Statute of limitations are designed to prevent potential defendants from being subject to unfair prosecution after a significant amount of time has passed, when the evidence may be lost or memories faded. That sounds different. Let me keep reading.
Yeah, but that point it was known. If it's not known, then they can't start.
Right. Jurisdiction, civil versus criminal. Filed after, civil statute of limitations in a civil case prevent lawsuits from being filed after a certain period, protecting defendants. Criminal statute of limitations limit the time within which the government can prosecute a crime. So maybe the statute of limitations for the government, if you were a meth dealer and 30 years later, somebody rolled on you. Now, murder does not have the statute of limitations. Tupac and all that stuff.
There are exceptions, yeah. But
I think exceptions and extensions, statutes of limitations can be told, paused, or extended in certain circumstances, such as when a defendant flees the jurisdiction or evidence is discovered later. Which sounds to me like you were a suspect in a murder. They didn't have enough to hold you on. 20 years later, they find the damning evidence.
Well,
I'm not a lawyer.
But at that point also, and I'm not either, but at that point also, you were a suspect. There was how do I phrase it? There was a implication of wrongdoing or crime. But if there's zero implication of that, then there can't be any statute of limitations because there's no
knew. Crimes that's been brought forth.
Correct.
And it does vary from state to state. Statutes of limitations vary by state, so it's crucial to consult with a legal professional. Federal law also has statute of limitations for specific crimes, with some offenses having no limitation period. Interesting. Now, that could all be false because that was the top AI result that Google gives you, because since we're such immediate gratification people. Check this guy out, Javon. He's talking about how people can see the code with laser. I saw a thumbnail of that. Hold on, let me go to it. We'll look at that before we go.
Hey, Javon.
Yep.
It's almost 3 here.
We're about to bounce. All right, buddy. You bounce out of here, and I appreciate you hanging out with me, Kyle.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Sorry to
All right, buddy,
get off.
We'll do it Friday. I'm gonna look at this link, and then I'm gonna get out of here too and let these guys go to bed. But we're gonna watch this. Which video is it? Is it the
All right, guys. Good talk. Thanks.
Good seeing you, Kyle. Take care, brother. All right. Laser experiment. Which one is it? That just took me to his page. Oh, okay. There's a video. Hold on. Let me go to that one. One moon. Let me get back here. Let me go to here. For some reason, I can't click on those links. Here we go. Is it this video about the dangers of AI and going to heaven? Is that it? Yes, gas lock day. I will have to check it out. Laser and light doses of PM. I'm gonna have to get into this because I won't sleep. Let's see. I can see the invisible. I'm gonna subscribe to him. So he has lives every simulation talk. So are these where they are in the lives? Is that where I'll hear most of that stuff? One moon. Later, Jesse. Later, guys. Later, Kyle. Laser one's probably it. All right. Bear with my ad.
Get AI analytics that give you the power of an enterprise-grade solution with the ease of a spreadsheet.
Okay, hello everyone. So this is going to be a super quick tutorial about certain troubleshooting elements of seeing the laser. It's going to be very low production, but it's going to deliver the point. So if you're having a hard time seeing the code in the laser, first of all, know that most likely you're not doing anything wrong. There's nothing magical involved in seeing the code. I think it has more to do with your brain being able to focus on it properly, or your eyes. So one of the things that I found that actually works really, really well, let me turn this off real quick.
It's pretty fascinating. I've got to be.
One of the things I found that works really, really well
I'll do that.
is you playing with how far you are from the light. So first of all, if you have been doing it really close, or if you've been observing really close this way, like you're looking through a window, like I'm saying in most of my videos, you might want to try and step back like 2 feet away about here, and then look from here, and then try and look inside and see if you can change the focal position as to be looking beyond the surface, okay? The other thing is, let's see if I can show you this from the side. So the other thing is that if you're coming from the side like this is a little bit more tricky just because you got to be really protective with your eye here. But you're basically going to be, if the laser is projected on the side of the wall here, you see how it hits the side? What you can potentially do, hello Cosmo, this is Cosmo. Thank you. Thank you for the help. Appreciate you, bud. Okay, so you're going to be looking from, this is a very high-end produced video. You appreciate it, I'm sure. You will be looking.
I just wanted to get to it. Here, I'm gonna go forward just a little bit.
Yes, I know. This is very interesting.
I love the
Where's
dog.
the light? There it is. Let's see if I can capture this. Search like from the side of the wall, like literally from the side of the wall, and see if you can find that one area where you can see it's almost like the light from the inside. That actually focuses enough for you to see something. The other thing you might want to try is what's called marksman eye. Marksman eye is basically when you look like this, and then you use your back, the further away eye, to focus on the target. And try both eyes because for different people it's different eyes.
Where it's showing
but you basically put all your focus on the back eye. You almost want to quite well, but even if your nose is pretty flat, you should still be able to see some portion of your nose. Then you know you're doing it correctly because you're putting the focus on the back eye. And by looking inside up close with your marksman eye, try both eyes.
He's trying to get to an 8-minute video. He's wearing me out. Come on, dude.
Gotta see it, or oh, I can't see it, or I'm doing something wrong, or I set it up wrong. The glass of water, the magic eye, all of these things that can be helpful, but they're not necessary. They're just little tricks to play with how far you're casting your attention. The main thing to play with is actually relaxing your gaze. Just relax your gaze, and then, where am I looking? This is the camera. So just relax your gaze, and the magic eye part helps because it's the same gesture where you just kind of relax, and then you bring in 2 points close together. You just allow them to do that, and that's essentially the same gesture you do.
Sounds psychedelic.
When you cast your attention in a different to a different place in the z-axis.
Because I've cast my attention and been in different places, like a painting on my friend's wall.
Like further or closer. So just stay with it. It's just a matter of time. You should start seeing something. And again, remember, almost microscopic. It's tiny in the beginning, tiny, way smaller than you think it would be. Then after a while, when you sit with that, you will start seeing larger things happening with the code. But first, look for something very, very, very small. Most of the time, it's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Just stay with it. And this is why trying for 5 minutes usually not going to work for the people.
All right, we're going deep. We're going deep. We're going deep real quick. We're going to go simulation. Theory. Where's that noise coming from? Where's that ad playing? I got an ad playing, so I don't see it. Where is it? I can't find the video that's playing. All right. Shut up. We're going to watch this guy detect a glitch in the Matrix. Now, I've seen some of these films on Instagram and stuff.
Perfectly. That you could
get in there and show me something good.
We are almost certainly living in a simulation. See, Bostrom argues that if the...
All right, I'm blaming it on simulation, guys. We're in a simulation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, what did we learn about last night? Yeah, it was wild. But guys, thanks for hanging out. Come hang out Friday. Friday is going to be very cool. We're going to have a TS Prof giveaway, and Jason Grant's going to stop by and do a giveaway. I am going to step back, get something to eat, put a little love music on for you guys. And thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I love each and every one of you. Do me a favor. Look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Look out for each other. Go forward with love in your hearts. Choose debate, not hate. I love y'all. See you Friday. Peace.
Got the world in a spin. Blades in my hand, got the world in a spin. Javon's knife flicks, let the show begin. Every move sharp like the edge I hold. Stories untold, sharper than gold. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Subscribers piling up like stacks on stacks. Javon's in the zone, ain't no turning back. Clicks and views, yeah, they fly like sparks. Knives in the dark, carving out my mark. From ballad songs, flipping to the sickest tricks. Javon's knife flicks, where legends are lit. Every video's fresh like a polished blade. Precision and grind, that's how dreams get paid. Cutting through limits, breaking the streak. Javon on the rise, every fan's heartbeat. From tutorials fire to unboxings insane. Content so slick, you won't